The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 23, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Debbie Lesko to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event will debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the past 4 years, American communities have been forced to live with failed soft-on-crime policies that have sought to free violent criminals and defund our law enforcement. In California, a recent study showed that 70% of individuals who received $0 bail were subsequently re-arrested. And a study focused on Chicago identified that 50% of offenders who were released again committed another violent crime. Now isn't the time to put dangerous criminals back on the street. It is time to pass legislation that stops violent criminals, and it backs the men and women in blue instead. We rely on our police officers to keep us safe, and we cannot allow far-left policies from prosecutors continue to allow criminals to go free. It is time to pass the Keeping Violent Offenders Off of Our Streets Act and help to put a stop to the unaccountable bail systems that have allowed these violent criminals to roam the streets of America. Thank you. Madam Speaker, since President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris first took office, they have allowed the Chinese Communist Party to continue their unlawful abuses of human rights and international standards. These failures jeopardize our security and put every American at risk. When a Chinese spy balloon floated across the American heartland, taking photos of our military installations, our critical infrastructure, and our farmland, President Biden and Vice President Harris did nothing. It's time to take direct action and enforce strict sanctions on the members of the CCP that have taken these aggressive actions against America and against our allies. It was President Ronald Reagan who said that weakness only invites aggression, and the Chinese Communist Party have read that invitation. It's clear from the past 4 years that the Biden-Harris administration has failed in their duty to stop the aggression of the Chinese Communist Party. It is time for a president who believes in peace through strength. It is time to stand up against the Chinese Communist Party and protect American security, both here at home and abroad. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield. Recognizes the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize my son, Joseph D. Lesko. Joey is my oldest son. I can't believe he is 30 years old already. It seems like it wasn't that long ago when Joey was born. I have a great photo of my husband changing Joey's diaper in the hospital after he was born. My husband was so happy to have his first son. After a number of diaper changes, I don't think he had that smile on his face anymore. Then came years of birthday parties, parties with families and friends, swimming, Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, camping, and baseball. We've had a lot of fun throughout the years. I am proud of my son, Joey. He's a great son. He is successful in his job in IT. He bought a really nice home, and it's close to where I live, which I obviously love. He's getting married in October of this year. I am so thankful that Joey is in my life. And as I end my term in Congress, I'm so happy to recognize him. May God continue to bless him for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my son, Joseph Lesko, also known as Joey, and his fiancée, Cherie Arel, on their upcoming wedding. After dating for 5 years, Joey and Cherie are getting married on October 26th of this year, 2024, in my hometown, Peoria, Arizona. My husband Joe and I wish them as much happiness as we have had in our marriage of over 30 years. Congratulations, Joey and Cherie. May God continue to bless you now and forevermore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell for her impact on our state and nation throughout her accomplished 30-year legal career. A native of Arizona, Rachel has been a leader for decades, including leading teams of prosecutors at the Sex Crimes Bureau, where she successfully prosecuted hundreds of complex cases involving crimes against children, adults, and sex trafficking. As a nationally recognized voice on sexual assault and child abuse prosecution, Rachel's impact has not only been in the cases she has prosecuted, but the way she has changed the way prosecuting these cases is done, including advocating for reforms to ensure victims are more comfortable in the courtroom. Rachel Mitchell's impact is felt in my community of Maricopa County, across Arizona and beyond. I am thankful for her commitment to both protecting families and the integrity of our legal system. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life of Mr. David Lee Ireland. David died on September 17th following a long battle with cancer. He spent his professional life protecting and serving the people of Iowa as a police officer in the Lee County Sheriff's Office. When he was not working, he was collecting antique Model T memorabilia or enjoying the outdoors with his wife, canoeing on the Mississippi River. David was also a lifelong member of the Boy Scouts, achieving the rank of Eagle Scout, the highest rank in the Boy Scouts, and eventually seeing both of his sons achieve the same rank. He later served as Scoutmaster for Troop 30 in Montrose, Iowa, where he proudly taught these young boys essential life values such as hard work, love of the outdoors, self-reliance, and commitment. He is survived by his wife, Rebecca, and his two sons, Matthew and Sean. Let us not despair in the loss of this great man, but rather praise God for sending David here to make the world a better place. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn the Biden-Harris administration border crisis that has plagued our nation for over 3 years. Under the failed leadership of President Biden and his border czar, Kamala Harris, we've witnessed the worst border crisis in American history, with over 10 million illegal immigrants having crossed our border, while nearly 300,000 unaccompanied children are left unaccounted for, at risk of trafficking and exploitation. But the horror doesn't stop there. Fentanyl, the poison that has claimed over 200,000 American lives, flows across our border unchecked, with over 2,000 pounds seized each month. This administration's negligence has created a perfect storm for crime, with a shocking 52,058 arrests of illegal immigrants with criminal backgrounds, a staggering 130% increase since President Trump was in office. Biden and Harris have failed us. Their reckless policies are jeopardizing our children and communities. It's time for a return to a strong border security, time to hold them accountable and assure that every child is safe, every community is secure, and every American life matters. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 8th Annual National Clean Energy Week. As chair of the Conservative Climate Caucus and a representative of Iowa, where 59% of our net energy generation comes from wind turbines, I'm proud to highlight our state's leadership in harnessing renewable energy. And wind isn't the only type of renewable energy we have. We show how you can responsibly reduce emissions without sacrificing reliable energy production. By tapping into our abundant resources like wind, ethanol, biodiesel, manure, hydro, and investing in innovation, we've strengthened our energy independence, created good-paying jobs, and kept energy costs low for families and businesses alike. This is what responsible, forward-thinking energy policy looks like, driven by innovation, not government mandates. National Clean Energy Week reminds us that we can secure a cleaner, healthier planet through practical, market-driven solutions that work for our economy, not against us. We must continue to support innovation that grows our economy, meets our energy needs, keeps our energy costs down, and respects the hardworking people that depend on affordable, reliable energy. Cleaner energy, more innovation, and a stronger economy. That's the path forward. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the disastrous impact Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have had on our economy. Inflation has risen as high as 20.2%. Eggs are up 46.8%. Gas is up 49.9%. Bread is up 24.3%. Sugar is up 31.4%. The list goes on and on. In just the past year, 1.2 million U.S.-born citizens lost their jobs to illegal aliens crossing our wide-open southern border. Everyday essentials, from food to fuel, have been seeing outrageous price hikes. Families in Iowa are paying over $13,000 more annually just to get by. Real wages have plummeted, interest rates are at a 23-year high, credit card debt has now surpassed $1 trillion for the first time, and our national debt has crossed $35 trillion. Instead of finding practical solutions, this administration thinks the solution is to print more money and to spend more by the government. The American people deserve better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's failed policies. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the upcoming one-year anniversary of the heinous Hamas terrorist attack on Israel on October 7, 2023. On that fateful day, Hamas terrorists launched inhumane and barbaric attacks on Israeli civilians by air, land, and sea. The world watched in horror as these terrorists slaughtered and burned innocent Israeli families in their homes, abducted and killed Americans, murdered over 200 young people enjoying a music festival, kidnapped innocent people, including Holocaust survivors, women and children, and wounded thousands. It was, in fact, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And the trauma continues to this day as Hamas continues to hold hostages, including American citizens. In August, I joined Senator Joni Ernst on a congressional trip to meet with heads of state to advocate for the release of all hostages in Hamas's captivity. Hamas's recent murder of 6 hostages, including American citizen Hirsch Goldberg Poland, is yet another tragedy that underscores the brutality of this terrorist organization. We will continue to forcefully push for the release of all hostages. At home, we have seen anti-Semitism rear its ugly head over the past year, especially on college campuses. This is unacceptable in America, and in Congress, we will continue to fight this heinous scourge of anti-Semitism. On this upcoming October 7th anniversary, the United States must ensure that Israelis have the tools they need to defend their citizens, and I'll continue to urge members of Congress to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Jewish people in the state of Israel during their time of need. Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, Dr. Ralph Lassiter, St. Mark Baptist Church, Omaha, Nebraska.
Let us pray. God, our Creator, our Sustainer, and our Redeemer, we thank you for this day and ask your blessings upon this, the people's house, both collectively and individually. Lord, fill our representatives with wisdom and courage to perform the difficult tasks entrusted to them. Calm the winds of dissension, empower a spirit of unity, and provide clarity of vision for the future that you desire for this country. Lord, encourage these men and women through your word that tells us that you have plans to prosper us and not to harm us, plans to give us hope and a future. Therefore, I ask that you touch the heads, the hearts, and the hands of those who lead these United States so that your will be done. Now, Lord, we give all glory, honor, and praise to you because you are able to do infinitely more than we might ask or think. In the mighty and majestic name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to welcome Pastor Ralph Lassiter and his wife, Doris Lassiter, to the People's House. We're grateful to have him in Washington, D.C., and I thank him for opening up our session in prayer. Pastor Lassiter has been the lead pastor for Mount Moriah Baptist Church for 17 years before retired. Now he's the pastor emeritus. And Mount Moriah is a historical church in our city, preaching the gospel for generations, healing relationships, helping people with their physical needs. It's been a true blessing. Today, both Mr. Pastor and Mrs. Lassiter are helping bring in a small business back to North Omaha. Pastor Lassiter also works with men who are struggling with addictions. He's been a true blessing. His favorite Bible verse is out of Proverbs. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding, and in all your ways acknowledge him, and he will guide your paths. It's a great prayer. Pastor Lassiter, thank you for opening us in prayer, and welcome to both you and Mrs. Lassiter. I yield.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
So ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Michael Kalinich, Sr., a pillar of Strongsville, Ohio. Mr. Kalinich leaves behind a legacy of service and strength. He will be remembered for his unwavering dedication to his family and his community. Born into a family of entrepreneurs, Michael carried on the family business with great pride, bringing it to Strongsville in 1956. This business thrived under his leadership and continues to operate in the city that he loved so deeply. Michael proudly served his country during the Korean War. As a United States Army veteran, bravery and patriotism were hallmarks of his character in every aspect of life. Michael put the strong in Strongsville. Michael's commitment to his community was without equal. He started the Strongsville Chamber of Commerce Scholarship Dance to benefit graduating high school students looking to pursue higher education. He was also a founding member of the Strongsville City Club and served as chairman of the Strongsville Homecoming. These selfless efforts brought joy and celebration to his neighbors. As we celebrate Michael's life, let us remember the power of community, hard work, and family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after 35 remarkable years as Barton College head women's basketball coach, Wendy Saint-Sing has entered a well-deserved retirement. Coach Saint-Sing has taken 10 teams to the NCAA Division II tournament, led Barton to 7 Conference Carolina's regular season championships and 3 Conference Carolina tournament titles. Under her leadership, 27 of her 33 Bulldog teams have had winning records. She also has been named coach of 7 All-American teams and had a Bulldog student athlete named the Conference Carolinas Women's Basketball Player of the Year 12 times. Saint Sing was named the Conference Carolinas Coach of the Year an impressive 4 times and received the Milestone Award at the Conference Carolinas inaugural Legends of the Game banquet. Coach, your outstanding record, which is big, speaks for itself. You've made invaluable impact at Barton and on Eastern North Carolina. Congratulations to you on your retirement. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-1549.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1549, an act to provide for Congressional Budget Office with necessary authorities to expedite the sharing of data from executive branch agencies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, is the legislative branch agency responsible for helping Congress accurately analyze the budgetary impact of proposed legislation. The Congressional Budget Act of 1974 authorized CBO to collect information and data directly from agencies. Timely access to agency data is necessary for CBO to produce accurate cost estimates for legislation and prepare other congressional reports. However, agencies often delay or restrict CBO's access to data. One of the most common reasons agencies restrict CBO's access to federal agency data is because of perceived Privacy Act obstacles. This bill, the Congressional Budget Office Data Access Act, solves this problem by granting CBO the same Privacy Act exemption afforded to the Government Accountability Office and to Congress. Under existing law, CBO must meet the confidentiality standards required of the agency that is providing the data, and this bill maintains that standard of confidentiality while expanding CBO's data access authority, such access that GAO and Congress already possess. CBO access to agency data is critical for the legislative branch agency's ability to fulfill its mission. I thank my House Oversight Committee colleagues, Representative Grothman and Representative Nfume, for their work on the House companion of this legislation, H.R. 7184. I also want to thank the House Budget Committee Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle and their staff for coordinating with the Oversight Committee on this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. The CBO Data Access Act is common sense and good government bill. I commend Senator Gary Peters and Senator Susan Collins for introducing it on the Senate side, as well as Congressman LaTurner, the gentleman from Kansas, and Chairman Grothman and Ranking Member Nfume sponsoring the House companion. The bill would accelerate the speed and improve the accuracy with which the CBO analyzes the budgetary consequences of proposed legislation by providing CBO with an exemption to the Privacy Act. H.R. 7032, which has passed both House and the Senate, requires CBO to treat any information it receives with the same level of confidentiality as the agency from which it's received. That is a wise safeguard that will work well in tandem with this bill. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I'm happy to yield back and to restate my endorsement of the legislation.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this common sense bill to support CBO in carrying out its mission. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1549? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2685.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2685, an act to make data and internal guidance on excess personal property publicly available and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the largest single purchaser of goods and services in the world, federal agencies acquire billions of dollars of personal property, ranging from office supplies to automobiles each year. Unfortunately, agencies routinely and wastefully dispose of excess personal property that could otherwise be repurposed for continued federal agency use. Agencies are already required to consider the availability of excess personal property before buying new products. This excess personal property is available to agencies at no cost apart from any necessary transportation expenses. In a June 2022 report, the Government Accountability Office found that agencies are continuing to acquire new property while not using available excess personal property. GAO's findings indicate that the guidance in the existing Federal Management Regulation, or FMR, alone may not be sufficient. With better direction from Congress, agencies can be more efficient in leveraging excess personal property to meet their needs and ultimately save taxpayer dollars. The Reuse Excess Property Act would hold agencies more accountable towards efficiently using and reusing personal property by introducing transparency and accountability mechanisms. Specifically, this bill would reform existing statutory reporting requirements to the General Services Administration on excess personal property and require GSA to make this information publicly available. This will help decision makers and taxpayers better understand the extent to which agencies are working to cut wasteful spending through the use of excess property, informing future policy. Because GAO found that agencies have varied guidance on the use of excess personal property that often neglects essential FMR components, S-2685 would require agencies to publicly report their guidance. Such guidance must include essential FMR components outlined by GAO. Agencies must also designate an employee as responsible for searching through available excess personal property for items that meet agency needs. In response to GAO's report, in February 2023, GSA convened the first meeting of an interagency working group to assess how agencies acquire personal property, uncover obstacles, and recommend improvements to policies for acquisition professionals. This bill would require GSA to make the findings of that working group, including a general summary publicly available to provide full transparency into efforts to promote the maximum use of excess personal property. In conclusion, this bill shines a light on agency practices that could incentivize more efficient use of excess personal property, saving untold taxpayer dollars in the future. I thank Representative McClain for her leadership on the House companion of this legislation, H.R. 8276. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I strongly support the Reuse Excess Property Act, which would dramatically increase transparency across the federal government by strengthening federal reporting requirements about excess personal property. I commend Senators Peters and Lankford for introducing it, and Chairwoman McClain and Ranking Member Katie Porter for introducing the House counterpart. The federal government has amassed billions of dollars in personal property, including furniture, things like chairs and desks, vehicles, office supplies, and medical equipment. Billions of dollars means a lot of tables and chairs and computers. Federal agencies are required to survey and index their inventories of personal property annually and identify items they no longer need. This accounting enables agencies to have a better understanding of excess items that could be considered for use in other federal agencies or institutions, which is obviously the prudent thing to do. The GAO identified $3.9 billion in excess personal property between FY 2016 and 20 and found an additional $28.9 billion in excess personal property items that were reported but not obtained by other agencies. These excess items could be transferred to other federal agencies and departments, distributed to a state or local government, or even sold to the public. It shouldn't just be sitting there. The Reuse Excess Property Act would increase federal reporting requirements to Congress and the public and provide greater transparency of acquisition, monitoring, reuse, and disposal of personal property across the whole federal government. It directs the GSA and federal agencies to report annually to Congress data that it collects related to excess personal property, and would also make this data publicly available to all of us. This greater transparency around federal use of personal property may help agencies make far more efficient use of these items. We support this financially prudent and common sense bipartisan legislation, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We urge all of our colleagues to support this legislation, and then for all of the federal agencies to cooperate in aggressively participating in this program, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2685? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S3639.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3639, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2075 West Stadium Boulevard in Ann Arbor, Michigan, as a Robert Hayden Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S3639, which names a post office in Ann Arbor, Michigan for Robert Hayden. Hayden was born in Detroit, Michigan, where he attended Detroit City College, now Wayne State University, before going on to earn a Master's of Arts degree from the University of Michigan. During his lifetime, he published 9 collections of poetry, with much of his work touching on the Black American experience. In 1969, he began to teach at the University of Michigan, becoming the first Black faculty member in the university's English department. In 1976, he became the first African American to be appointed consultant in poetry by the Library of Congress, a position that is known today as the Poet Laureate. Hayden passed away in 1980 in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. And we're delighted to echo the gentleman from Kansas in expressing our support for S3639 for the naming of the post office after Robert Hayden. My colleague stated well his career. He did publish 9 different collections of poetry, including the very well-reviewed Heart Shape in the Dust, Figure of Time, and A Ballad of Remembrance. His writings leaned on his own study of American history, exploring the complexities of the Black American experience and situating it within the broader context of the development of the American story. In 1976, Hayden made history when he became the first African American to be appointed as a consultant in poetry to the Library of Congress. He passed away in 1980 in Ann Arbor, and we urge all of our colleagues to honor the life of Robert Hayden and his career in literature by naming a post office in Ann Arbor, Michigan after this distinguished writer. And I will yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman has no more time remaining, has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Robert Hayton. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3639? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S3640.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3640, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 155 South Main Street in Mount Clemens, Michigan, as the Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Jefferson Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S3640, which names a post office in Mount Clemens, Michigan for Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Jefferson. Jefferson served in the military during World War II, completing combat training at Selfridge Field in Mount Clemens and pilot training at the Tuskegee Army Airfield. During his time at the Tuskegee Airmen, Jefferson was shot down over France and captured by Nazi ground troops. He was imprisoned in German-occupied Poland before being freed by General George Patton's U.S. Third Army. Jefferson returned to Michigan, where he became a U.S. Postal Service letter carrier, earned a teaching certificate, and obtained a master's degree in education from Wayne State University. Jefferson taught elementary school science in Detroit, was appointed assistant principal, and retired in 1979 after 31 years of service to Detroit public schools. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of S3640. Lieutenant Jefferson was born in 1921 in Detroit, Michigan. After graduating from Chadsey High School and earning his bachelor's in chemistry and biology from Clark College, he was accepted into the aviation cadet program in the U.S. Army Corps. He completed combat training in Michigan and pilot training at the Tuskegee Army Airfield. Jefferson served the cause of democracy and freedom faithfully in World War II in our struggle against fascism and totalitarianism in Europe. As a member of the Tuskegee Airmen, he was shot down and captured by Nazi troops. He suffered great hardship as a prisoner of war in Nazi-occupied Poland until he was finally freed by General George Patton's Third Army, which was busy liberating people from fascists all over Europe. When he returned home from war, Jefferson took a job as a letter carrier for the U.S. Postal Service. He later earned his teaching certificate and a master's degree in education at Wayne State. He taught elementary school science in Detroit, was appointed an assistant principal, and in 1979 retired with 31 years of service in public education, as well as all of his years fighting for America and for freedom. I urge my colleagues to honor the life and service of Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson by naming this post office in Mount Clemens, Michigan, after him. Happy to yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I encourage my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield back.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3640? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S3851.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3851, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 90 McComley Street South in Battle Creek, Michigan, as the Sojourner Truth Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S 3851, which names a post office in Battle Creek, Michigan for Sojourner Truth. Sojourner Truth was born into slavery in New York State as Isabel Baumfree. She escaped slavery in 1827 and took her new name, Sojourner Truth, in 1843. After meeting Elizabeth Cady Stanton in 1850, Truth began to passionately advocate for women's rights and courageously fought against racial injustices. In 1851, Truth gave her famous Ain't I a Woman speech to criticize race and gender discrimination at a convention in Akron, Ohio. In 1857, Truth moved to Harmonia, a former utopian community that was later incorporated into Battle Creek, Michigan, where this post office is located. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of S 3851. Sojourner Truth's life and legacy have profoundly shaped our country. Born in 1797 in Ulster County, New York, with the name Isabella Baumfree, she spent her childhood enslaved. In 1826, she courageously and heroically escaped the shackles of slavery when her enslaver, John Dumont, refused to honor the state of New York's law declaring the freedom of all enslaved human beings. In 1843, she adopted the name Sojourner Truth as a testament to her faith and her pilgrimage of freedom and hope. She then committed to speaking around America about the truth of conditions for enslaved people and the rights of African Americans. Sojourner Truth worked with key figures in the abolitionist movement, and after meeting with the esteemed Elizabeth Cady Stanton in 1850, she herself became a passionate advocate for women's rights. In 1851, Sojourner Truth delivered her landmark Ain't I a Woman speech at a women's rights convention in Akron, Ohio. She declared that women and black Americans deserved equal rights and dignity, and her speech was met with roars of applause and tears from activists who were united in calling for a woman's right to vote and for equal rights for all Americans. She was one of the first black women to win a court case against a white person, successfully freeing her son from slavery and bringing him back to New York in 1828. In 1857, Sojourner moved to Harmonia, Michigan, and later to Battle Creek as a member of President Ulysses S. Grant's re-election campaign. She died in Battle Creek at 86 years old. She was inducted in the National Women's Hall of Fame as a pioneer of social justice and became the first black woman to be honored with a bust in the U.S. Capitol's Emancipation Hall. I strongly urge my colleagues to honor the memory of Sojourner Truth by naming a post office in Battle Creek, Michigan, after this great American, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3851? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6633.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6633, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 9355 113th Street in Seminole, Florida, as the Army Staff Sergeant Brian Christian Knaus Memorial Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Florida for Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus. Committed to protecting his country, Knaus joined the Army at the young age of 17. He served in Afghanistan, where he supported the humanitarian evacuation of Americans and Afghani refugees. On August 16, 2021, Staff Sergeant Knaus was processing eligible Afghani refugees when a bomb exploded, killing him and others. Knaus earned numerous awards and decorations, including the Congressional Gold Medal, the Bronze Star Medal, and the Purple Heart. I support naming a post office in memory of Staff Sergeant Knaus, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6633. Staff Sergeant Ryan Knaus was born and raised in Corryton, Tennessee. As a high school student, Knaus joined the Junior ROTC Cadet Program to prepare for his eventual enlistment in the military. Immediately upon graduation, he joined the U.S. Army and following his basic training was given a designation as a paratrooper for the 82nd Airborne in North Carolina. Staff Sergeant Knaus continued his life of service and devotion in 2 different Afghanistan deployments. The first as part of Psychological Operations Battalion, the second in August 2021 to support non-combatant evacuation operations nearly 20 years after the United States' first mission began in Afghanistan. Tragically, 13 American service members lost their lives in the final stages of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, and Staff Sergeant Knaus was one of those Americans lost in a conflict in which more than 7,000 Americans were lost over the course of the entire war. He made the ultimate sacrifice on August 26, 2021, and all Americans are indebted to him and his family. H.R. 6633 will honor the life of Staff Sergeant Knaus by naming a post office in Seminole, Florida, after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the fierce advocate for this legislation, to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna.
The lady is recognized.
Thank you for yielding time. Today, as we talk about the Seminole, Florida Post Office, I would like to take a moment to honor Staff Sergeant Knaus's life and service to our country. On August 26, 2021, Staff Sergeant Knaus volunteered to serve during the humanitarian evacuation mission in Kabul, Afghanistan at the Hamid Karzai International Airport at Abbey Gate. While performing his duties, a bomb detonated at the Abbey Gate, killing Staff Sergeant Knaus, 12 other service members, and many civilians. Staff Sergeant Knaus bravely served our country, earning many awards and decorations, including the Congressional Gold Medal, Bronze Star, and Purple Heart. Staff Sergeant has continued to have a lasting impact in communities across the country. In his hometown of Corryton, Tennessee, an annual merit scholarship at a local high school has been established in Staff Sergeant Knaus's name. The merit scholarship helps to support a ROTC candidate showing the same leadership and willingness to enter the military after high school as Staff Sergeant Knaus did. His family plans to duplicate this scholarship in communities across the country. Specific to Florida, Staff Sergeant Knaus's lasting impact can be seen through community celebrations and honor rides recognizing the military heroes of today, yesterday, and tomorrow. His family also plans to organize an annual Seminole Park Veteran 5K run with a motorcycle and Jeep ride through Seminole each Veterans Day. They are also working to raise awareness within the community of how to get involved in sending active military care packages overseas and are seeking to provide services for homeless veterans reluctant to go to VA facilities. They are also looking to partner with local Florida charter captain boats to provide veterans with an opportunity to fish and build connections with one another to help lower suicide rates in Tampa Bay area and across the state of Florida. Renaming the Seminole Post Office after Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus would serve as a reminder of his life, service, and impact that he continues to have on local students and veterans each day. I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge my constituent and Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus's mother, Paula, who's here with us today. Thank you, Paula, for supporting all of this and for the sacrifice that your family has made. I urge my colleagues to support this renaming of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm happy to yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation and would just add how honored we are by the presence of Paula in the gallery. I yield back.
The gentleman minded to address their comments to the Speaker. The question is, will the House suspend the rules? Bill H.R. 6633. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5867.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5867, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 109 Live Oaks Boulevard in Castleberry, Florida, as the Colonel Joseph William Kittinger II Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Castleberry, Florida, for Colonel Joseph William Kittinger II. Kittinger was a command pilot in the U.S. Air Force, where he researched high-altitude pilots' bailouts. On August 16, 1960, he set a record for the longest free-fall, highest parachute jump after leaping from a gondola at 102,800 feet. In 1972, during the Vietnam War, he shot down a MiG-21 North Vietnamese plane. Later that year, his own plane was shot down, and he spent a year in the Hanoi Hilton POW camp. I support naming a post office in memory of Colonel Kittinger, an American hero who paved the way for future astronauts and adventurers. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kansas reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'm rising in support of H.R. 5867. Colonel Kittinger was born and raised in Florida. He joined the U.S. Air Force in 1949 as an aviation cadet and received commission as a command pilot. From 1959 to 1960, the colonel was a member of Project Excelsior, an aerospace medical research laboratories effort that pioneered research on safety and survival in high-altitude emergencies. On August 16, 1960, he set the record for the longest free fall from a gondola, 4 minutes and 36 seconds before deploying his parachute. Colonel Kittinger went on 3 tours in Vietnam for the U.S. Air Force. When his plane was shot down, he faced adversity and stayed resilient as a prisoner of war in the infamous Hanoi Hilton. Among many awards, Colonel Kittinger received 2 Purple Hearts and a Prisoner of War medal. After retiring from the Air Force, he became the first person to complete a solo balloon trip across the Atlantic. His efforts helped advance developments in spacesuit technology and safety procedures in high-altitude environments. On December 9, 2022, at the age of 94, Colonel Kittinger passed away. I urge my colleagues to honor the life and valiant service of the colonel by naming a post office in Castleberry, Florida, after him. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of a bill that honors the legacy of Colonel Joseph Kittinger, a former command pilot in the U.S. Air Force who lived in Altamont Springs, Florida, in the Congressional District of Florida's 7th. From a young age, Colonel Kittinger was fascinated by planes. He ended up dedicating his life to pushing the boundaries of aviation and advancing the understandings of high altitude and space exploration, inspiring many generations to come. He joined the Air Force in 1949, where he flew experimental jets and participated in aerospace medical research. He was part of Project Excelsior, which researched high-altitude pilot bailouts to learn if humans could sustain the extended travel at space-like altitudes. On August 16, 1960, he set the record for the highest parachute jump, jumping out of a gondola at 102,800 feet, completing the longest free fall at 4 minutes and 36 seconds, airborne. During the free fall, he also reached a maximum speed of 614 miles per hour, the fastest speed reached by a human at that time before deploying his parachute. He was called to further service during the Vietnam War and flew 483 fighter plane missions. On his 3rd tour in 1972, his plane was shot down and he spent close to a year as a prisoner of war in the famed Hanoi Hilton, enduring torture. But his fighting spirit never wavered, Mr. Speaker. In fact, he titled his biography, "Come Up and Get Me." Back home, he dreamed of returning to the air, but this time via long-distance balloon travel. Upon returning from the Air Force in 1978, that dream later became a reality when he completed the first solo balloon flight across the Atlantic Ocean. About his travel, he would state, "Life is an adventure. and I'm an adventurer. 75 years ago, he answered the call to service. May Colonel Kittinger's courage, resilience, and service inspire aviator service members, veterans, and all Americans. It is a great privilege to sponsor this legislation to rename the main post office at 109 Live Oaks Boulevard in Castleberry, Florida, in honor of Colonel Joseph Kittinger. I want to thank my colleagues in the Florida delegation for supporting this bill and request that all members join us in passing it in honor of an American hero. From one combat soldier to another, I want to take a moment to salute him and his service. Life's an adventure, Mr. Speaker. May we all be adventurers like Colonel Kittinger. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman yields.
Gentleman
reserves.
Yields.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we have no further speakers, and we're happy to yield back our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 5867? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Yep. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6829 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6829, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to authorize and support the creation and dissemination of cardiomyopathy education, awareness, and risk assessment materials and resources to identify more at-risk families, to authorize research and surveillance activities relating to cardiomyopathy, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6829, the Cardiomyopathy Health Education, Awareness, and Research, and AED Training in the Schools Act, or the HEARTS Act of 2024, led by Energy and Commerce Committee Ranking Member Frank Pallone. In the United States, more than 30,000 children are diagnosed with some form of cardiomyopathy, and more than 2,000 children and adolescents die from a sudden cardiac event each year. Research and experience have shown that immediate use of an automated external defibrillator, or AED for short, or CPR can double or triple an individual's chance of survival. The HEARTS Act of 2024 would authorize and support programs to coordinate related research, promote access to AEDs and CPR training, and raise public awareness of cardiomyopathy within schools, local health departments, and communities. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 6829, the HEARTS Act. I'm proud to have sponsored this legislation, which is inspired by 2 New Jersey families who each tragically lost a child to sudden cardiac arrest during high school sporting events. Sadly, more than 2,000 children and adolescents die this way, unfortunately, every single year. And the bill aims to prevent future deaths from cardiac arrest by preparing schools to respond to cardiac emergencies when they occur. It directs the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop guidelines on the placement of automated external defibrillators, or AIDs, in schools, and to provide resources to help schools create and implement cardiac emergency response plans. The legislation also supports CPR education and training among students, school personnel, coaches, and volunteers. It would also support the development of cardiac emergency response plans, which, along with AIDs and CPR, are integral to a coordinated, immediate, and effective response in the crucial minutes between the time when a victim collapses and when emergency medical services arrive. The HEARTS Act will raise awareness about the causes of sudden cardiac arrest and ensure schools are more prepared to deal with cardiac emergencies so we can save lives. And this legislation has the support of the American Heart Association and the Smart Heart Coalition, among others. It is my hope the Senate will consider this legislation and restore the authorization level, which we reluctantly were required to remove in order to get this bill before us today, to comply with the Speaker's cut-go protocol. The Speaker's protocol, in my opinion, is arbitrary and selectively enforced and ill-advised because it hampers our ability to address the pressing public health issues of the day. And I'm disappointed that although the bill as originally written was cleared in committee on a bipartisan basis with the funding authorization, the House Republican leadership reversed course and determined before floor consideration that it was not in compliance with the Speaker's protocol. We are nonetheless moving forward today because we believe it is imperative to move this policy forward for the parents and student athletes who have suffered from the sudden cardiac arrest, and I remain committed to ensuring the enduring success of this program and to seek funding for it. So I want to thank Chair Rogers for working closely with me on the legislation, as well as the New Jersey families who shared their stories with me and have advocated tirelessly for safer cardiac health and resources in our schools. I urge strong support for the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
From New Jersey reserves, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on the bill and prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank all the members of our committee for reporting this bill out on a bipartisan basis. It is important for our kids, and I would ask everyone to vote in support of the bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6829 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
This doesn't say the lead-in part. There we go. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8108 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 591, H.R. 8108, a bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to add a Medicaid state plan requirement with respect to the determination of residency of certain individuals serving in the armed forces.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Ms. Kiggins for bringing forth such an important solution for our military families. H.R. 8108 would ensure that military families can maintain access to essential care when they are required to move states for active duty. According to the Medicaid and CHIP Payment Access Commission, as many as 867,000 Medicaid enrollees have primary insurance through TRICARE, including as many as 220,000 children. In most instances, service members rely on TRICARE as their insurer to cover most of their needs. But for individuals who also have a disability, take for example a military family with a child with a disability, Medicaid will often step in to cover additional care like home and community-based services. Those services help with daily living activities and are essential to keeping people with disabilities healthy and independent in their communities. Unfortunately, many state Medicaid programs limit access to home and community-based services and often do so by creating waiting lists. It can take years for a patient to get off the wait list and get the level of care that they need. For military families who rely on Medicaid to pay for home and community-based services, moving from one state to another requires the family to join the new state's waiting list and start the whole process over again. H.R. 8108 makes clear that active duty military families required to move across the country for their service to this country cannot lose access to current home and community-based services or lose their spot in line on their home state's waiting list. These necessary changes will help reaffirm our commitment to our military families who don't need additional hoops to jump through or stress in a time of reassignment. I want to thank Ms. Kiggins for her leadership on this important issue. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8108, a bill that would amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to add a Medicaid state plan requirement regarding the determination of residency of people serving in the armed services. Medicaid is the primary payer for home and community-based services, serving as the safety net for people with long-term care needs, including military families. And Medicaid provides coverage for home and community-based services when other insurers, including TRICARE, do not. Military families face unique stressors when a family member has a need for home and community-based services and needs to relocate for military service. For example, when a child with disabilities is receiving home and community-based services covered by the Medicare program in the same state in which they live, there is no guarantee that the child will continue to receive care in a state where the family is being relocated. In many states, families wait years on a waiting list to receive these services, and once they are finally able to access the care they need, the time may come to move again. Military families in this position may face a difficult choice. Do they keep the family together knowing that their child may lose access to care in the state in which they're moving, or do they separate the family to ensure their child is able to access the care they need? And these are decisions that military families simply should not have to make. So H.R. 8108 would lessen the burden military families face by requiring states to continue to provide Medicaid coverage to dependents of active duty military service members who are receiving Medicaid home and community-based services and must move out of state due to military service. It also allows families that are on waiting lists to maintain their place on those lists so they too are not forced to start over. And while H.R. 8108 does not address the many underlying issues with our patchwork long-term care system, including those who have led to the existence of waiting lists, I am pleased that it will help ease some of the challenges that military families face in receiving the care they need. And I want to thank Representative Kiggins and Capter also for the leadership on this very important issue, and encourage my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 8108. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman New Jersey reserves. The gentleman in Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized. Virginia, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8108, the Care for Military Kids Act, that I introduced earlier this year to ensure service members can maintain critical health care coverage and medical services for their children, no matter where the service takes them. Americans with disabilities often need long-term care services to help them with everyday activities such as eating, walking, medical equipment management, and more. TRICARE does not cover long-term care services, leading military families with children in need of those services to apply for Medicaid. However, Medicaid is operated state by state, which puts individuals and their families at risk of losing services when they leave their state. This particularly impacts our military families who frequently transfer locations as part of their commitment to serving our country. As a Navy spouse, mom of 4, and a veteran who served for nearly 10 years myself, I know how hard these relocations can be for military families. Those who serve our country shouldn't have to worry about whether their children will be able to access critical health care services when they're in their next duty station. That's why I introduced the Care for Military Kids Act. My bipartisan bill would guarantee dependents of active duty service members can continue to receive long-term care services through a state-administered Medicaid plan should their family be stationed in another state. Our men and women in uniform already sacrifice so much for our country. Their children should never have to forego critical care because of their selfless decisions to serve. I thank Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur for joining me in this important effort, and I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support our bipartisan legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman of Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say this is an important bill for individuals serving in the armed forces and their families, and so I urge my colleagues to vote for it on a bipartisan basis. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage everyone to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8108 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-133.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 133, an act to extend the National Alzheimer's Project.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bashhan, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone. Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-133, the NAPA Reauthorization Act, led by Senators Collins and Warner. The House companion bill, H.R. 619, is led by Representatives Tonko and Smith. In the United States, 1 in 9 people aged 65 and older currently suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Unfortunately, this number continues to grow, with some estimates projecting the overall number to rise to 12.7 million Americans by 2050. Congress established the National Alzheimer's Project in 2011 with the goal of building upon raising awareness of and helping to coordinate current federal efforts to combat Alzheimer's disease and related dementia through earlier diagnosis, prevention, and improved treatments. This bill would support and improve the National Alzheimer's Project, including expanding membership of the Advisory Council to include those individuals battling this disease and those at high risk for developing Alzheimer's. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S-133, the NAPA Reauthorization Act, which would reauthorize the National Alzheimer's Project Act through 2035. In 2011, our nation made addressing Alzheimer's disease a priority when we passed the National Alzheimer's Project Act, and this law called for a national plan to accelerate research and improve care and services to those living with Alzheimer's. And since the establishment of the national plan, we have made enormous strides in strategy implementation to address Alzheimer's disease and other dementia. The national plan has also allowed us to make progress in Alzheimer's research, care and services, and public awareness about the disease. So S-133 will build on the progress we have made through the national plan by reauthorizing law through the fiscal year 2035. The bill will also allow the national plan to address healthy aging and risk reduction issues related to Alzheimer's disease. This reauthorization will build on the progress brought forward by NAPA and allow the Department of Health and Human Services to continue long-term planning for a strategic approach to addressing Alzheimer's and other dementia. The bill is the Senate counterpart of legislation led by Representative Tonko, who shepherded this bipartisan reauthorization through the Energy and Commerce Committee this past spring. Since the beginning of his time in Congress, I should say, that Representative Tonko has led the push to address Alzheimer's and related dementia, and I thank him for his continued leadership. And I also want to thank my colleague from New Jersey, Representative Smith, who is the Republican sponsor. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on S-133 so that we can continue our commitment to combat Alzheimer's disease, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to join my colleagues in supporting the National Alzheimer's Project Reauthorization Act. This legislation reauthorizes the National Alzheimer's Project Act through 2035, providing a roadmap for federal efforts in responding to Alzheimer's and dementia. Alzheimer's is a cruel disease that steals a person's quality of life. As a pharmacist, I've seen firsthand the impact Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia have on patients, families, caregivers, and society overall. People living with Alzheimer's lose their memories, their independence, their relationship, and ultimately their lives. Beyond the patients, caregivers and loved ones endure emotional distress and unthinkable financial burdens. With nearly 7 million Americans suffering with Alzheimer's, there's a critical need for federal resources to prevent, treat, and ultimately find a cure for this devastating disease. In honor of those who have battled and continue to battle this disease, let's continue to work together to raise awareness and pass this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge all of us to support this bill on a bipartisan basis. Whatever we can do to fight Alzheimer's is very important. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules on Pass Senate 133? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill S-134.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 134, an act to require an annual budget estimate for the initiatives of the National Institutes of Health pursuant to reports and recommendations made under the National Alzheimer's Project.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-134, the Alzheimer's Accountability and Investment Act, led by Senators Collins and Markey. The House companion bill, H.R. 620, is led by Representatives Smith and Tonko. In the United States, health and long-term costs for individuals living with Alzheimer's disease and other dementias are projected to reach $360 billion in 2024. Around 64% of these costs are expected to be covered by Medicare and Medicaid, with patients on the hook for the other $90 billion in out-of-pocket spending. This tremendous cost does not even include the value of our unpaid caregivers, which was estimated to be $350 billion in 2023, amounting to over 18 billion hours of care. In addition, individuals with dementias are more likely to have other chronic conditions, such as heart disease, diabetes, and kidney disease. This bill would require the NIH to submit an annual budget estimate to Congress so that we may effectively assess the current resources needed to achieve the goals of the National Alzheimer's Project. Continued investments in research to prevent and treat Alzheimer's disease and dementia will improve the quality of life for millions of Americans, with the simultaneous hope of achieving significant long-term financial savings. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of S-134, the Alzheimer's Accountability and Investment Act. And this bill would require the National Institutes of Health to annually submit an estimate of its budget and personnel needs for carrying out initiatives related to the National Alzheimer's Project. The Energy and Commerce Committee reported out this bipartisan bill, sponsored by Representatives Chris Smith and Paul Tonko this spring. According to the Alzheimer's Association 2024 report, the annual cost of caring for people with Alzheimer's or other types of dementia will be about $360 billion this year alone. That's $15 billion higher than in 2023. And the report also found that 6.9 million Americans aged 65 and older have Alzheimer's dementia, with nearly 185,000 residing in my state of New Jersey. And nationwide, between 2000 and 2021, the number of deaths from Alzheimer's disease more than doubled, increasing 141%. In order to make sure we meet the goals set out by the National Alzheimer's Project, which the House is also considering today, we must make sure that NIH has our support, and S-134 will require the NIH submit a professional judgment budget for the National Alzheimer's Project so that we can identify the needs of the agency. With this information, we can be assured that the nation's experts are speaking directly to Congress on resources they need to effectively treat the disease and effectively communicate the capacity needs of NIH. So I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on S-134 so that we can continue our commitment to combat Alzheimer's disease. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, whatever we can do to help prevent or deal with more effectively the Alzheimer's disorder cases, we should support it. And for that reason, I ask all my colleagues to support this on a bipartisan basis, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 134? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3884.
The clerk will report the title of the bill. Will the gentleman wish to call the bill up as amended?
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which
the gentleman will suspend.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3884 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 132, H.R. 3884, a bill to amend Title 11 of the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize the program providing for sickle cell disease and other heritable blood disorders, research, surveillance, prevention, and treatment.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3884, the Sickle Cell Disease and Other Heritable Blood Disorders Research, Surveillance, Prevention, and Treatments Act, led by Congressman Michael Burgess. Sickle cell disease is the most common inherited blood disorder in the United States and impacts about 100,000 Americans. This disease causes red blood cells to become rigid and form into a crescent or sickle shape, restricting blood flow and can lead to serious health problems throughout the body. H.R. 3884 will continue important programs and activities administered by CDC and HRSA, which are aimed to support research, prevention, and treatment for sickle cell disease and other blood disorders through fiscal year 2028. It is critical to reauthorize this legislation so patients, families, and providers can be further educated on the condition and foster partnerships between clinicians and community organizations to help improve access to care. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3884, the Sickle Cell Disease and Other Heritable Blood Disorders Research, Surveillance, Prevention, and Treatment Act. And this bill reauthorizes the Sickle Cell Disease Treatment Demonstration Program and data collection administered by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Health Resources Services Administration. At our Energy and Commerce Committee hearing in June of last year, we heard directly about the importance of this reauthorization to continue critical federal efforts to improve the lives of the approximately 100,000 Americans living with sickle cell disease. In my state of New Jersey, we have 2,000 cases of sickle cell disease with an estimated 80 to 90 new cases each year. And New Jersey is among the top 10 states with the highest prevalence of sickle cell disease. Thanks in part to progress such as the bill before us, our nation has seen improvements in data collection, newborn screening, and research efforts for sickle cell disease. However, there's still a lot of work to be done. Sickle cell disease patients still experience several barriers to appropriate treatment and care. One barrier is under-resourced care programs, leading many patients to rely on emergency care rather than regular preventative treatment. There's also still mistrust in the healthcare system among many African American patients, socioeconomic disparities within the sickle cell disease community, and potential discrimination within our healthcare system. While considerable work remains before us, this is an important step to continue the necessary federal investments to improve health outcomes, increase access to innovative cell and gene therapies, and lower healthcare costs for many of the nation's most vulnerable populations. I want to thank Representative Davis and Dr. Burgess for their advocacy and leadership on this legislation. We know that with early diagnosis and support for effective evidence-based interventions, we can save lives. And so I urge my colleagues to support the bipartisan reauthorization bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I want to thank Dr. Bouchon from Indiana for yielding me the time. This is such an important reauthorization that we're undertaking today. 2018 was the last authorization for sickle cell research. Prior to that, it had been part of the 2004 Bush tax cuts. It had been a long time since this Congress had turned its attention to the problems encountered by people who suffer from the diagnosis of sickle cell disease. But fortunately, in 2018, President Trump signed a bill into law, and now we are going to reauthorize that bill in this Congress. That is a good thing. I can remember sitting in a hearing in 2016 where the sickle cell disease advocate told us that it had been fully 40 years, 4 decades, since the Food and Drug Administration had approved a new therapy for sickle cell. Well, fortunately, we're well past those days now, and on the horizon are a number of newer therapies. Ranking Member Pallone mentioned the cell and gene therapies. A lot of work was done when the Committee on Energy and Commerce did the Cures bill in 2016. There are now newer therapies on the horizon that were not even contemplated the last time that this bill was authorized. Look, I was in practice for 30 years. I worked with families, I worked with patients suffering from this very complex disease. Proper treatment requires knowledge, intervention, and care coordination. It is important that we have the resources to encourage more research, more data to better inform how to evaluate treatment plans while improving the quality of life for patients. This legislation will continue to improve physician and patient education, as well as assist with best practices for care coordination. By having access to these programs, the patient and the physician will continue to have the ability to identify the problem early on, providing more time to arrest the effects of the disease from having the long-term effects on the well-being of the patient. I certainly want to thank my fellow members, Representative Carter of Georgia, of course, Representative Davis from Illinois, for his longstanding work in this regard, and for helping educate me as to the importance of advancing this research, advancing this reauthorization through the many steps it has taken over the last 20 years. I'm grateful for the direction and the wise counsel provided from the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, on this important issue. So. Once again, I want to thank Representative Bouchon for yielding me the time. I want to thank the committee for working on this important topic, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as he may consume now to the Democratic sponsor of the bill, Representative Davis of Illinois.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I want to thank Dr. Burgess for his tremendous advocacy on this and other legislative initiatives designed to improve the quality of health and health care in America. Mr. Speaker, the consequences and complications of sickle cell disease are extreme. According to the Sickle Cell Disease Association of America, they have studied and reported that common complications with this disease include early childhood death from infection, stroke in young children and adults, lung problems similar to pneumonia, chronic damage to organs including the kidney, leading to kidney failure, and to the lungs causing pulmonary hypertension and severe painful episodes. In fact, pain episodes are a hallmark of sickle cell disease. More than 2.5 million Americans have the sickle cell trait. The sickle cell trait is found in 1 of 12 African Americans. There is a 1 in 4 chance that a child born to parents who both have the sickle cell trait will develop the sickle cell disease. The average lifespan for an adult with the sickle cell disease is 45 years. The sickle cell disease affects an estimated 100,000 Americans, primarily African Americans, Hispanics, and other ethnic groups. Mr. Speaker, I would also note that the devastation of this disease on those who are affected by it is indeed tremendous. I've had firsthand experience with it by virtue of having run a sickle cell community education project for the University of Illinois in Chicago and encountered many of the patients and their families. I saw the pain and suffering firsthand. In 2004, Senator Jim Talent and I, along with our colleagues in Congress, introduced the Sickle Cell Disease Act, a bill designed to do more to improve the treatment and prevention of sickle cell disease. Specifically, as part of the American Jobs Creation Act, this bill was enacted in the 115th Congress. Senators Tim Scott and Cory Booker, Representative Michael Burgess, Representative G.K. Butterfield, and I sponsored the House companion bill to the Senate and supported a bipartisan and bicameral bill, S-2465, and enacted the Sickle Cell Disease and Other Heritable Blood Disorders Research, Surveillance, Prevention, and Treatment Act of 2018. This reauthorization law had continued to improve the treatment and preventive measures to reduce the risk factors of sickle cell disease, especially for the data collection part, which is the heart of the surveillance program in the law. This law expired late last year in 2023. H.R. 3884, Sickle Cell Disease and Other Heritable Blood Disorders Research, Surveillance, Prevention, and Treatment Act of 2023 is a bipartisan bill by Representative Dr. Michael Burgess, myself, Danny Davis, Representative Buddy Carter, and Barbara Lee, which is a companion bill to the Senate version 1852 by Senators Tim Scott, Cory Booker, and Raphael Warnock. H.R. 3884 would extend the reauthorization of the Sickle Cell Disease Treatment Demonstration Program through FY 2028 and supports efforts to improve treatment, reduce risk and complications, and cure for the disease. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Sickle Cell Disease and Other Heritable Blood Disorders Research, Surveillance, Prevention, and Treatment Act. As a pharmacist for over 4 decades, I have seen firsthand the heartbreaking toll sickle cell disease takes on patients and their families. Sickle cell disease is a destructive disease, attacking red blood cells in the body and causing patients strong episodes of pain over time. Unfortunately, Georgia is home to one of the largest sickle cell disease populations in the country, which is why it's so important that we act quickly to save lives and prevent further pain. The bill before us today reauthorizes critical sickle cell disease programs so that patients have the support and the resources they need to battle this terrible disease. I've always and will always commit to putting patients first, and I believe these programs do just that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burgess for working on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would urge that we support this legislation on a bipartisan basis. The sickle cell disease is something that we need to continue to do research and help with, and this is an important bill in that respect. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3884 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2706 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 422, H.R. 2706, a bill to prohibit discrimination on the basis of mental or physical disability in cases of organ transplants.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2706, the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act, led by Representative Kamick. This bill prohibits covered entities from determining that an individual is ineligible to receive an organ transplant or denying a transplant based solely on the fact that the individual has a disability. H.R. 2706 will clarify that organ transplant discrimination on the basis of disability is prohibited and require the HHS Office of Civil Rights to review these claims in an expedited manner to ensure a timely resolution. There have been too many instances in which individuals with disabilities have been denied a life-saving organ transplant, and this is unacceptable. Congress has the opportunity to ensure individuals with disabilities are treated fairly within the organ transplant system. No one should be denied access to an organ transplant just because they have a disability. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2706, the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act. This bill prohibits eligible individuals from being denied a life-saving organ transplant based solely on their disability status. Existing federal laws, including the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Rehabilitation Act, and the Affordable Care Act, already protect organ transplant centers, or prohibit them, I should say, from discriminating based solely on disability. However, there are still cases where people with disabilities have been denied access to organ transplants. This is often because of misperceptions about how a disability impacts the medical likelihood of transplant success, or unfounded assumptions regarding people with disabilities' ability to comply with post-operative care. So this bill prohibits covered entities from determining that an individual is ineligible to receive a transplant based solely on the fact that the individual has a disability. It also acknowledges the importance of support networks and services in helping with post-operative care. Organ transplants, Mr. Speaker, can save lives, and it's important that the system be free from discrimination. I'm glad that we're taking this step to clarify and build upon existing civil rights protections for people with disabilities. I want to thank our colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Kamak and Representative Dingell as well, for their bipartisan work on this bill. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 2706, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamak.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Representative Bouchon. It is an honor to stand here today and debate H.R. 2706, the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act. Of course, I don't think there's a whole lot of debate that is going to happen here today, because I hope it will be unanimous. For those of you who don't know, this bill is named after Charlotte Woodward, an adult woman with Down syndrome who received a life-saving heart transplant over 12 years ago. Now, sadly, as has been mentioned, not all individuals with disabilities have that same opportunity. That is why we are here to consider this bill today, to ensure that all Americans, regardless of the disability they may have the same opportunity to receive a life-saving organ transplant. When I first learned of this issue, I could not believe that this practice was happening here in our country. However, after learning more about the issue and hearing stories from advocates, including Charlotte herself, they were advocating for change. I was shocked and horrified to learn that there were no protections for these individuals. According to a 2019 report from the National Council on Disability, which is the agency that advises the legislative and executive branch on disability policy issues, people with disabilities have been routinely denied due to subjective judgments about the value of a human who happens to have a disability, subjective assumptions about their quality of life, and misconceptions about their ability to comply with post-operative care. Even more, that same report found that some organ transplant programs have policies that exclude rather than include people with disabilities as candidates for a transplant. Now, in 2021, as a freshman member of Congress, I met Bobby and Josh Sarmiento. They are from Ocala, Florida, my district. These constituents reached out and wanted to share the story of their son, baby Zion. I spent time learning about their journey and couldn't help but be moved to action as I left them that day. I couldn't possibly do justice in recounting their story, so instead I'd like to read an excerpt from baby Zion's mom, Bobby, in her own words, their story and experience with the organ transplant system that she provided to a congressional panel just last year. In Bobby's words, she said, "We learned at 10 weeks gestation that our son Zion had Down syndrome, and at his 20-week anatomy scan, he had a heart defect called a complete AVSD, or also called a complete AV canal defect. Simply put, we have 4 chambers in our heart. Zion had a large hole in the center separating those chambers from forming. This is a common heart defect with those with Down syndrome. Our beautiful boy was born on June 15th, 2021. We spent 40 days in the NICU before being discharged to go home. We have some of the best memories of our time at home before his open heart surgery was scheduled for September of 2021. We did all the research and asked all the questions. We never knew we would end up being the worst case scenario. To make a long story short, Zion had 5 open heart surgeries in a matter of 12 days. He was such a warrior through each one. After the 5th surgery didn't work as planned, we were told that he would need a heart transplant. The hospital we were at did not do transplants, so we were left with 3 options in Florida. To qualify, we were told his other organs had to be working, which they were, and we have the autopsy to prove this. Our first option told us that they had never done a successful heart transplant on someone with Down syndrome. I asked how many they had tried. No response. Through my own research and digging that moms do to get answers, I have since learned that the answer was 0. Our second option said that they didn't feel their team could do a successful heart transplant for Zion. And the third option kept us waiting. Finally, they came back and said that because baby Zion was on ECMO life support 3 times through the 5 surgeries, he couldn't have brain activity. I would like to note that Zion came off ECMO after the 2nd and 5th surgery, which we knew up front was vital to being accepted for the heart transplant list. They wanted a brain activity test run and sent to them for their final decision. We were told before it was sent that the test was perfect. With nothing to disqualify him, we thought that we would be on our way to the next step. They came back and told us, after much deliberation, that they concluded that they just couldn't waste a heart. Our son was worth the same chance at life. Wow, that's hard to read. Our son was worth the same chance at life as anyone else. With no options left, we had to make the decision to remove the machines. On October 8th, 2021, our son left our arms and ran into the arms of Jesus.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady as much time as she may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Baby Zion deserved the same chance at life as any other American, but he was denied a heart transplant by the same doctors because he had Down syndrome, because they couldn't, quote, waste a heart. The tragic story of baby Zion and the courage of his parents, Josh and Bobby, along with the drive of so many incredible advocates, have led us today to H.R. 2706, the Charlotte Woodward Organ Transplant Discrimination Prevention Act, which would prohibit healthcare providers and other entities from denying or restricting an individual's access to organ transplants solely based on an individual's disability. The bill would require expedited review of discrimination claims under this at the Office of Civil Rights at the Department of Health and Human Services. No family should have to wait or be denied. I want to thank Charlotte Woodward, Bobby and Josh, and all of the advocates who have worked so hard to get this bill where it is today. We would not be here without your tireless work to educate and advocate on behalf of individuals with disabilities across the country. I also want to thank my colleague Debbie Dingell for her partnership and work on this bill. It is truly an honor to work with you on important issues like this. And I'd also like to acknowledge my Senate counterpart, Senator Rubio, for championing this issue in the Senate. And lastly, I want to thank Chair Kathy McMorris Rogers for her work and support on this issue, your leadership in energy and commerce on this issue, and the multitude of important issues that we deal with in the committee cannot be overstated. Not only is she a trailblazer and an ability advocate, but a force of nature. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Ms. Kamek explained very well why we need to pass this bill, and I would ask all of my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2706, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3433 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3433, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to molecularly targeted pediatric cancer investigations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3433, the Give Kids a Chance Act of 2024, and would like to thank Representatives McCall, Eshoo, and Bilirakis for their hard work on this important piece of legislation. I'm excited that we have reached broad bipartisan agreement on this comprehensive bill, which will provide hope to approximately 30 million Americans affected by rare diseases. Currently, only about 500 of these diseases have FDA-approved treatments. This legislation will foster the development of more pediatric rare disease treatments by strengthening the orphan drug pathway, ensuring drugs are studied for children battling cancer, and reauthorizing the Rare Pediatric Disease Priority Review Voucher Program, which is set to expire on September 30th. The PRV program has been a lifeline for patients who require specialized treatments that would not be developed without the incentive this program provides. I'm also supportive of the other provisions in this bill, which would increase organ transplant rates by strengthening OPTN operations and require the FDA to establish an office in a country that has signed the Abraham Accords. I am grateful to Representatives Harshberg and Vargas for their leadership on this effort to facilitate operations between the FDA and regulatory authorities and innovators in Abraham Accords countries. There has been a lot of discussion about moving supply chains for medical products back to the U.S. and our allies, and this office is a good step to help do just that. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3433, the Give Kids a Chance Act, sponsored by Representatives McCall and Eshoo. This bill includes several strong bipartisan pieces of legislation, and I'm pleased that our Republican colleagues agreed to work with us on advancing important policies. This legislation will help expand access to care for patients with rare diseases and complex medical needs, increase research and development into rare pediatric diseases, and improve regulatory certainty. This bill will help in our efforts to bring new treatments to pediatric patients with more advanced forms of cancer. It also includes important sections of H.R. 6664, Representative Eshoo's bill, the Innovation in Pediatric Drugs Act. Specifically, it gives the Food and Drug Administration new enforcement authority to take action against companies that do not conduct required studies in pediatric patients. The bill also includes critical language introduced by Representative Matsui as part of H.R. 7383, the Retaining Access and Restoring Exclusivity Act, or RARE Act. And this will clarify FDA's long-held treatment of orphan drug exclusivity and bring new treatments to more patients suffering from rare diseases. These provisions all advance our goals of accelerating the development of novel, safe, and effective treatments and improving outcomes for patients. These bills are going to make a difference, but I remain disappointed that my Republican colleagues have been unwilling to consider necessary changes to require drug manufacturers to study their approved rare disease drugs in pediatric populations. It's disappointing that my Republican colleagues refuse to hold drug manufacturers' feet to the fire and have decided to move forward with a long-term reauthorization of the Priority Review Voucher Program, or PRV, without requiring manufacturers to study rare disease drugs in pediatric patients. But I've been consistent in my belief that we need reforms to the PRV program. Unfortunately, we still have not seen the compelling evidence that this program is functioning how Congress intended it to do. That's why I'm pleased that the bill includes a requirement for the Government Accountability Office to conduct a new study and report on the effectiveness of the program in attaining our original intent. Previous reports from GAO on the program and continued research from academics show that there is little evidence that it incentivized the products Congress intended to help come to market. But I continue to believe that additional guardrails are needed to better target the intent of the program. But despite these concerns, I'm pleased that this bill includes important provisions to ensure that our medical product supply chain can be strengthened by working with international partners, that believe in both tolerance and respect for every person, as well as advancement of science and medicines. And I look forward to working with our Republican colleagues to ensure FDA receives the funding necessary to implement this policy and establish an FDA office in Israel. I'm also pleased that this legislation provides Health Resources and Services Administration the authority to modernize the organ transplant system. This system is life-saving for many Americans, and I'm glad that we can continue to support these much-needed reform efforts. I believe that we could have achieved more for patients in this legislation. However, since there is strong bipartisan policies included here, I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the gentleman from Indiana. Mr. Speaker, as a founder of the Childhood Cancer Caucus 15 years ago, I've met countless cancer patients and advocates who have asked me for one thing: to give the kids a chance to receive better and safer treatments that preserve their quality of life, a chance to beat childhood cancer, and a chance to eradicate this disease once and for all. The Give Kids a Chance Act does just that. The bill is simple. It directs drug companies researching adult combination drug therapies for adults to also research them for children where appropriate. This will allow us to treat children the same as we treat adults. With 235 co-sponsors, this legislation is one of the most bipartisan bills in Congress because there's nothing partisan or political about a child with cancer. And I'd like to thank Mr. Bill Rackus from Florida and Ms. Anna Eshu from California, my partner in this, and Kathy McMorris Rogers, the chair, and Ranking Member Frank Pallone for all their help making this come together. Included in this legislation is another one of my bills, the Creating Hope Reauthorization Act. We first passed this legislation in 2012 to create the Pediatric Priority Review Voucher program within the FDA because we found that there was no market incentive for pharmaceutical companies to develop cancer treatments for children. This program provides the incentives. Since its inception in 2012, 53 vouchers have been awarded for treatments of 39 different rare pediatric diseases, 36 of which previously had no FDA-approved treatments. These diseases typically led to death before a child can reach adulthood, but not anymore. A dear friend of mine, Dr. Allison from MD Anderson in my home state of Texas, was able to use the voucher program to obtain FDA approval for a treatment called CAR-T immunotherapy. Immunotherapy is a breakthrough cancer treatment, not just for children, but for all adults. He received the Nobel Prize in medicine for it. This bill will reauthorize that successful program for another 5 years. We just had our summit, 15-year summit, and these children, I have to say to the ranking member and to the chair, who I hope is listening, how much joy this gave to their lives. These children that have either survived cancer or are going through cancer, some can make it, some may not, but this gives them hope. I founded the caucus to give them a voice in the Congress because they didn't have one. They didn't have high-powered lobbyists, but they have us. This is a result of their voices. We wouldn't be standing here today considering this legislation without the help of patient advocates, including my dear childhood cancer friends, Sadie Keller, Sophie Ryan, Brianna Comerford, and Elena Myers, and so many other brave children who've joined me in advocating tirelessly on this important issue. By the way, Mr. Speaker, these kids are tougher than any adults I have seen, and I know, and they are my biggest inspiration in life, I am proud that my colleagues have come together in a bipartisan spirit to do what's right for our children, which will influence them for decades to come. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, so I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Dr. Bouchon, a great friend of mine, does an outstanding job on our committee. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 3433, the Give Kids a Chance Act by Representative McCall, his legislation to strengthen pathways for treatments and cures for children across the nation. The Give Kids a Chance Act would require the new studies of pediatric cancer trials to focus on combination therapies rather than solely single-use drugs. This bill requires these pathways for children with cancer in cases where both the drugs are FDA approved and owned by the same company. These combination products may help unlock new treatment options for pediatric cancers and help extend the lives of children battling a rare cancer. I'm proud to co-sponsor this legislation. Furthermore, I'm particularly glad to see that this comprehensive package contains provisions of two bills I co-lead, the Creating Hope Reauthorization Act and the RARE Act. These bills will support innovation for pediatric rare disease treatments and cures. The Creating Hope Reauthorization Act will extend the FDA's Rare Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program for another 5 years through fiscal year 2029. This voucher serves as a critical and necessary incentive for innovators to invest in research and development of pediatric rare diseases. Due to their extremely small patient populations, these diseases too often go unnoticed, unfortunately. However, the voucher program allows innovative rare disease companies to receive FDA priority review if they get an approval for a pediatric rare disease. These vouchers can then be used to expedite consideration of new treatments in the pipeline or transferred or sold to another company to recoup investment losses. This successful FDA incentive does not cost any taxpayer dollars and must be extended to continue the pipeline of treatments for children with rare diseases. I was proud to lead the effort in the Energy and Commerce Committee with my good friend and colleague, Anna Eshoo. We are going to miss her. She's retiring, but hopefully she'll be around to give us some advice in the future. So again, we have bipartisan agreement on this. It's so very important. Hope for our children. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3433 off the floor today, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have one additional speaker, so I reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger.
Thank you, Dr. Bouchon.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3433, the Give Kids a Chance Act, bipartisan legislation to help speed up the process for getting treatments to children with cancer and other rare diseases. I'm pleased that this bill also includes a modified version of bipartisan legislation I've been leading with Democratic Rep. Juan Vargas, the United States Abraham Accords Cooperation and Security Act. This section of H.R. 3433 will establish a U.S. Food and Drug Administration office in the Abraham Accords region, creating a staging ground for technical assistance and friendshoring collaboration between the U.S. and the Abraham Accords countries for development of and bringing to our markets life-saving drugs. I want to thank House Energy and Commerce Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone for working with me to advance this important initiative. Chair Rogers has been a strong ally in developing this. Our continued dependence on adversarial countries like China for pharmaceutical products endangers our medical supply chains and jeopardizes our national security. More than 80% of the active pharmaceutical ingredients for drugs sold in the U.S. are imported from foreign countries, primarily China and India. As our country works towards securing critical healthcare supply chains from reliance on adversarial countries like China, the strategy of friendshoring or nearshoring has emerged as part of the solution for industries where domestic production is not yet fully available. Leveraging the Abraham Accord countries' robust biopharmaceutical industries to help diversify and protect our access to crucial medical supply chains that don't rely on China is a common sense step to work with our natural allies in our quest to safeguard our access to vital medical products. We need to begin this process of fortifying our medical supply chains as soon as possible because we have a big hill to climb. With adoption of H.R. 3433 and establishment of an FDA Technical Assistance Office in the Abraham Accords region, we begin climbing that hill, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this bill does a lot to help childhood disorders. It's a very important bill, and I urge it to be passed on a bipartisan basis. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3433 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5526 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5526, a bill to amend Title 18 of the Social Security Act to clarify the application of the in-office ancillary services exception to the physician self-referral prohibition for drugs furnished under the Medicare program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Bouchon, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A silver lining of the COVID-19 pandemic, if there is one, was the proliferation of new effective ways to deliver health care. Of course, we saw the rise of telehealth, but we also saw an increased use of mail-to-deliver prescription drugs to patients. Mailing prescription drugs to patients, especially those who live in rural communities, helped increase access to care and medication adherence by reducing the need to travel long distances to your nearest pharmacy. For seniors who may struggle with mobility, this change was especially important. Unfortunately, federal law limits the ability for seniors to take advantage of these benefits. CMS states that if a Medicare beneficiary wants to see an independent physician that also owns a pharmacy, the Medicare beneficiary must pick up their drugs from that physician-owned pharmacy in person. That pharmacy cannot mail the drug directly to the patient or let a family member pick up the drug on the Medicare patient's behalf. During the COVID-19 pandemic, CMS relaxed this restriction. I've heard from countless oncologists from across my home state about how during the COVID-19 pandemic era, those flexibilities improved access to care. H.R. 5526 would clarify that seniors can get drugs from physician-owned pharmacies through the mail or have someone pick up those medications on their behalf, making it easier for seniors to get the care that they need. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5526, the Seniors Access to Critical Medications Act. This bill amends the Physician Self-Referral Law, also known as the Stark Law, to permit Medicare patients to have their physicians dispense prescription drugs to them in narrow circumstances, either through a caregiver or through a mail courier. Congress enacted the Stark Law to ensure that physician financial considerations do not influence patient care. And under the Stark Law, physicians are prohibited from making referrals to entities in which the physician has a financial stake. Medicare beneficiaries deserve the independent judgment of their physicians and access to treatment that is medically appropriate and necessary for them. The Stark Law is critical in ensuring that financial arrangements do not distort physician decision-making or raise health care costs. Now, current law includes specific and narrowly tailored exceptions, such as the in-office ancillary services exception. This exception permits a physician with an ownership stake to provide an outpatient prescription drug or certain services to a patient at his or her office as part of an in-person visit. This is for the convenience of the patient, but also because there are more limited program integrity concerns where the item or service is being delivered as part of an in-person office visit. While I continue to have strong concerns with significantly weakening the Stark Law, I believe there are also limited instances in which it may be necessary for a caregiver or a family member to pick up the prescription drugs for patients or for them to be mailed. I believe there are limited program integrity concerns in these instances. So this narrow Stark exception will help patients receive necessary medications more easily and protects Medicare beneficiaries by ensuring that financial considerations do not influence patient care. So I do urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on H.R. 7858 and reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has reserved. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Bushon. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5526, the Seniors Access to Critical Medications Act. I want to thank my co-lead, Democratic Representative Wasserman Schultz, and to House Energy and Commerce, Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone for allowing me to advance this important legislation. You know, I've spent 37 years working as a pharmacist in almost every area of pharmacy, and I know firsthand the importance of providing patients with serious illnesses timely and reliable access to their life-saving medications. Under the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services interpretation of physician self-referral law, which is known as Stark Law, it states that it's unlawful for a medical practice such as a community oncology practice to deliver a prescribed and filled drug to a patient by mail or courier or UPS or FedEx. CMS interpretation doesn't even allow for a family member or a caregiver to pick up the patient's drug on their behalf. For Medicare seniors living in rural areas who don't have transportation or who are too sick to pick up their life-saving drug, they're just simply out of luck in a lot of cases. Or they're forced to rely on a nameless, faceless mail-order pharmacy benefit manager where these distant middlemen cannot quickly fine-tune necessary short-term changes or adjustments in their therapies. Some patients will go without their oral chemotherapy medication because they can't get transportation to pick their prescription up, and it can change the entire outcome for those patients. We shouldn't have obstacles in the way of patients receiving the medications they need. The bipartisan Senior Access to Critical Medications Act simply ensures that cancer patients, as well as other patients, have timely access to the appropriate oral medications they need by allowing delivery of these medications or allowing family members or caregivers to pick up their medicines. I've heard from dozens upon dozens of Tennessee oncologists, other specialty physicians and patients, as well as others around the country, who have deeply been impacted by the unnecessary hurdles created by CMS's misguided interpretation of Stark Law. During the pandemic, CMS recognized these barriers and issued a Stark waiver, lifting the restrictions that hindered patient access to these crucial medications. This bill restores those flexibilities, and I urge all my colleagues to support H.R. 5526 to protect Medicare beneficiaries' ability to receive the medications they need when they need them. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this legislation, urge its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question now is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5526 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7189 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 429, H.R. 7189. A bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to reauthorize a national congenital heart disease research, surveillance, and awareness program, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 7189, the Congenital Heart Futures Reauthorization Act of 2024, and I urge my colleagues to support this particular bill. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation will reauthorize the National Congenital Heart Disease Research and Awareness Program at HHS for the next 5 years through fiscal year 2029. I'm so proud to have been involved in the creation of this pivotal program and its reauthorization efforts. And I'm grateful to the colleagues on this bill, Representative Schiff, Carter, Soto, Salazar, and Cardenas, as well as our bicameral partners, Senator Durbin and Young, and thank them for their efforts. I've been glad to lead the Congressional Congenital Heart Caucus with Representative Schiff, and over the last years, we've become all too familiar with the struggles this patient community faces on a daily basis, unfortunately. In particular, I also want to thank the broad set of stakeholders that support this initiative and the thousands of advocates speaking on behalf of the approximately 20 million patients living with congenital heart defects. This includes the Adult Congenital Heart Association, the Conquering CHD, Mending Little Hearts, and the Children's Heart Foundation. I thank them for their partnership on this issue and, again, for support of this bill. And we got to get this done together, folks. So, let's pass this in a bipartisan fashion. Now, the advocates that come up here do an outstanding job for family members and friends that have the congenital heart defects, but also the patients. So, in the United States, more than 40,000 babies are born with heart defect each year, making it the most common type of birth defect. It is estimated that more than 2 million people are currently living with a heart defect nationwide, but thankfully, they're living longer, much longer, into adulthood. So thankfully, as a medical care and treatments, the treatments have advanced. Individuals with the heart defects, as I said, are living longer and healthier lives, thank goodness. This bill would continue the support for research and education regarding congenital heart disease and the impact heart defects have on individuals throughout every stage of life. It would also require HHS to develop a strategy to address any research gaps and workforce shortages, particularly as it relates to health care providers who treat adult patients living with congenital heart disease. Importantly, this strategy will be developed with the input of expert stakeholder groups and relevant federal entities. So I urge my colleagues to support this particular bill. It's so very important, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 7189, the Congenital Hearts Futures Reauthorization Act, sponsored by Representative Bilirakis and co-sponsored by Mr. Soto. The bipartisan legislation will reauthorize a national congenital heart disease program through 2029. In the United States, about 40,000 babies are born with a congenital heart disease, or CHD, every year. Congenital heart disease prevents normal blood flow through the heart and can become a critical issue that results in a baby needing surgery or other procedures early in life. Thanks to scientific advancements in diagnosis and treatment, many babies and children can reach adulthood living with CHD. But to continue our progress, we have to continue to support research, surveillance, and awareness for CHD. First passed in 2010, the Bipartisan Congenital Heart Futures Act authorized research and data collection related to CHD. The Act expands the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention infrastructure to track epidemiological data for CHD, and it also increased the National Institutes of Health research to study lifelong CHD to see how those with the disease can still live a long and healthy life. H.R. 7189 will reauthorize our National Congenital Heart Disease Program so we can continue to make strides in addressing CHD. It also builds on our nation's CHD program. So this bill will assess current research efforts at NIH to ensure we have a better understanding of CHD. The bill also expands research at CDC by directing the agency to understand healthcare utilization, demographics, and best practices for CHD. And finally, the bill allows CDC to establish and implement an awareness campaign so that those with CHD and their families understand the healthcare needs related to this birth defect. So again, I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Bilirakis and Soto, for their leadership in reauthorizing the Congenital Hearts Future Act. Thanks to their efforts, we can pass this bill and continue to make strides in addressing CHD, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes to reauthorize this bill. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that we support this important bill on a bipartisan basis to continue to address the nation's CHD program effectively. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7189 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Back to this. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6125 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 521, H.R. 6125, a bill to require online dating service providers to provide fraud ban notifications to online dating service members and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Belarakis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6125, the Online Dating Safety Act of 2023, sponsored by my good friend and colleague, David Valadao. Over the last 3 decades, online dating platforms have transformed the way people find their partners. According to the Pew Research Center, 30% of U.S. adults say they have used a dating app or site, many of whom say has made the dating process much easier. However, these technologies have also led to the rise of dating scams and fraud, unfortunately, and the FTC reported that romance scams resulted in victims losing $1.3 billion in 2022. There are countless examples of victims losing their investments and retirements. One victim was tragically driven to suicide after losing his life savings. It's terrible. H.R. 6125 seeks to protect users of online dating platforms against harmful and fraudulent accounts by requiring platforms to send a fraud ban notification to a user who has been communicating with a suspected or suspended account or profile. So this crucial step of communication and transparency has been missing from online dating platforms. This is an opportunity to create a safety mechanism to better protect Americans from falling victim to such devastating scams. So the bill advanced out of committee with unanimous support, a bipartisan vote of 44-0, and I look forward to passing the bill. We've got to take care of this. Too many people are being taken advantage of, particularly our seniors. We can't have this happen, and I strongly support H.R. 6125 and ask my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of H.R. 6125, the Online Dating Safety Act. I want to thank the sponsors of this bill, Representative Valadao and Pedersen, for their leadership on the issue of online dating safety. I also want to thank Chair Rogers for her willingness to work with me at committee to improve the bill. As more and more consumers report using online dating services, it's important that they are made aware of potential harms. The bill ensures that when an online dating app bans someone for fraud, it notifies all of the other users who have been in contact with that banned person on the app. And this will help to reduce the number of people who fall victim to identified fraudsters looking to extort money from dating app users. And while there's more to be done to address harms that have arisen in the online dating space, this bill is an important step forward. And so I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague, my co-author, Brittany Peterson of Colorado, for her support on this. Also, the members and staff of the committee, they've been very, very helpful in us moving this bill forward, and I thank them for all of their help. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my bill, the Online Dating Safety Act. Each year, millions of people are deceived, defrauded, and misled by users of online dating apps. While it's sadly common to see people lie about things like their age or occupation, this bill takes aim at the more sinister fraudsters who make their livelihoods preying on the vulnerable individuals. According to the Federal Trade Commission, romance scams resulted in victims losing $1.3 billion in 2022 alone, with senior citizens being the most at-risk age group. There are countless horror stories of people being conned out of their entire life savings, all because they trusted someone they met online. Individuals who meet online often take their conversations to other communication platforms, so even when the fraudulent account is removed, someone might not even know they are talking to someone who has been removed from that original platform. This bill requires that dating platform to issue a fraud ban notification to users who have ever interacted with the person who has been removed from the app for fraudulent activity. While we can't stop all criminals, this is a simple and important step to fill a communication gap and help people make more informed decisions about who they are really communicating with. These apps have been around for years, but still there are little safeguards in place to protect users. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and prevent the widespread fraud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers.
I have no additional speakers.
You want to close? All right, let me just say that this is an important step forward in dealing with online dating safety, and I support the bill and urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Valadao, I appreciate you putting forth this bill. We've got to do it. We've got to protect our seniors and others who use these apps. So I encourage a yes vote on this particular bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6125 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6231.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 261, H.R. 6231. A bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to require a prioritized policy issuance review process for the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carrera, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6231.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 6231, the Department of Homeland Security Policy Issuance Review Act. I thank the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, for this common sense oversight legislation. I urge support of the measure, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary?
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-288, an act to prevent, treat, and cure tuberculosis globally, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself at such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
The Department of Homeland Security Policy Issuance Review will codify the Department of Homeland Security policy issuance and review process to ensure DHS provides up-to-date policy guidance for its more than 260,000 employees. Policies provide important clarity on what is expected of DHS employees as they carry out their critical work in the department. And these policy overview points are how to uphold civil liberties and civil rights while conducting criminal investigations, how to ensure grant funds are used in accordance with congressional intent, and how to incorporate new technology into the agency operations. Yet some DHS policies have not been reviewed or updated for many years in accordance with department's requirements. H.R. 6231 will address this by providing Congress greater insight into the issuance, review, and revision of the department-wide policies. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today to speak on behalf of my bill, the Department of Homeland Security Policy Issuance Review Act, H.R. 6231. DHS has over 800 department-wide policies. While many of these policies relate to internal management functions of the department, others provide critical guidance for employees on issues such as the use of force by law enforcement officers, the personal and professional use of social media, and the ethical code of conduct. The department has a requirement that all policies be reviewed every 2 years. However, a recent review by the Committee on Homeland Security found that DHS rarely met this deadline, and some foundational policies had not received meaningful review since their issuance. My bill addresses this shortcoming by making the department's policy issuance and review process a formal responsibility of the DHS Undersecretary for Management. My bill also provides Congress with greater transparency into how and when DHS updates policies by requiring the department to provide Congress an annual briefing on policies issued, reviewed, and canceled. My bill also requires DHS to inform Congress on its staffing needs to help ensure the department has the resources needed to review and revise its policies in a timely manner. H.R. 6231 is necessary to ensure that Congress has greater visibility into how the department is managing its policy issuance program and to prevent any lengthy delays in the review and revision of critical departmental documents. In closing, I would like to thank my colleagues from both sides of the aisle for co-sponsoring this bill, Representatives Clark, Bishop, and Ezell. I would also like to thank my colleagues on the Homeland Security Committee for passing this legislation out of committee unanimously. Finally, I would like to thank DHS staff who provided valuable insight and feedback on the department's policy review process. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. This partisan bill is a common sense way for Congress to ensure that DHS policies are upheld on time, and if they are not updated, that Congress will hear about it and take appropriate action. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6231 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Again, I want to urge my colleagues to support this bill. This is a bipartisan bill. Mr. Ivey put a lot of work into this. It makes good common sense, and it allows us to oversight the department with more authority and effectiveness. So I fully support it, and I urge my colleagues to do so, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6231? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7832.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 452, H.R. 7832. A bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to develop a plan to identify, integrate, and deploy new, innovative, disruptive, or other emergency or advanced technologies to enhance or address capability gaps in border security operations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carrera, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 7832.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 7832, the Emerging Innovative Border Technologies Act. This bill would enable Congress to better equip frontline personnel with the tools and resources necessary to secure and protect the United States border. It is a necessary piece of legislation amidst the current crisis at our southwest border. I thank the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for his attention to this matter. I reserve.
And reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that we are here today to consider my bill, H.R. 7832, the Emerging Innovative Border Technologies Act. This bill is an opportunity to improve the Department of Homeland Security's ability to quickly acquire innovative technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning and enhanced border technologies overall. With newer, more innovative technologies, we can improve CBP's targeting and our detection capabilities, which will help officers find and stop more illegal drugs before they flood our communities and harm our children. By requiring the Secretary of Homeland Security to create a plan to address capability gaps and integrate innovative technologies like AI, machine learning, and nanotechnologies into our border security operations, this bill forces the Department of Homeland Security to think strategically about opportunities to work with private sector operators and others to develop and implement the latest technologies. My bill also authorizes CBP's innovation team, which works with frontline agents and officers to develop and pilot promising technologies that help them do their jobs, primarily to keep Americans safe. The innovation team finds and tests new commercial technology, works with companies to adapt them for use along our border, and then helps the successful programs navigate government procurement bureaucracies so they can help scale up quickly to meet the government's needs. Innovative technologies don't just help with catching drugs. New technologies can also help detect victims of human trafficking or migrants in need of help in the middle of a desert. New technologies can also help Border Patrol agents communicate reliably in remote areas. When an agent is down or finds somebody injured, the ability to communicate quickly can literally save lives and be the difference between life and death. Technology also helps CBP facilitate legal trade and travel. Long lines at our ports of entry can result in produce spoiled as opposed to making it to our grocery stores. And no one enjoys long lines at the airport. I'm proud to represent Disneyland, and I know that most international travelers want to get to go see Minnie and Mickey as soon as possible. While we clearly need more manpower at our ports of entry, new technologies can help people and goods on their way to our markets and to our communities much quickly and much safer. My legislature is just one way of many ways that Congress can support our border agents. And I want to thank Congressman Luttrell and his team for working with us to make sure this piece of legislation is successful. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7832.
Does the gentleman reserve?
In closing, I'd like to thank my colleagues, Congressman Luttrell, for working with me on this legislation, as well as my colleagues from the Committee on Homeland Security for their bipartisan support. I hope we continue to come together to craft bipartisan solutions to making our border more secure and support our men and women working in a safer environment on a daily basis. And with that, I urge my House colleagues to support H.R. 7832, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7832, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7832? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill S. 794.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 794, an act to require a pilot program on the participation of non-asset-based third-party logistics providers in the Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carrera, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks, and to include extraneous material on Senate 794.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of Senate 794, the CTPAT Pilot Program Act of 2023, which would establish a pilot program to assess the security benefits of providers in the Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism program. I urge support, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that we are here today to consider S-794, the Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism Pilot Program Act of 2023. This important legislation will further strengthen the security of cargo shipments arriving in the United States. And as we work to build a resilient supply chain and prevent dangerous threats from reaching our communities, it's critical that customs officers work closely with importers, shippers, carriers, and others to ensure both fast and secure travel. The CPAT program encourages this. In response to faster processing at our ports of entry, members of the trade community participating in this program adopt tighter security measures throughout their global supply chain. And today, more than 11,400 companies currently participate in the CPAT program, accounting for about 52% of cargo imports into the United States. But despite the success of the program, certain third-party logistical providers are excluded from even applying for membership. Further expanding access to CPAT will help U.S. businesses improve supply chain security to prevent terrorists and terrorist threats from reaching our communities. Specifically, this bill establishes a 5-year pilot program to allow certain third-party logistics providers to join this very important program. We hope to see how many the participation of third-party logistics providers help CBP enhance port security and mitigate supply chain breaches. I thank Senator Cornyn for leading this legislation in the Senate, and my colleague Representative Elisa Slotkin for leading this legislation in the House. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Border Security Enforcement.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Chairman Green for recognizing me for such time as I may consume, whereas any other member of Congress would only need about 1 minute to provide this commentary. I rise in support of S794, the CT-PAT Pilot Program Act of 2023. Since 2001, the United States Customs and Border Protection CT-PAT program has been reducing vulnerability throughout the supply chain by incentivizing greater security measures with certified trade partners. Today, more than 11,400 certified partners have been accepted into the program. The CT-PAT Pilot Program Act expands upon this already successful program by requiring CBP to establish a pilot program to assess the benefits of allowing non-asset-based third-party logistics providers, 3PLs, and additional asset-based 3PLs to participate in this program. I hope all members will support this critical legislation today as it strengthens our efforts to combat the threat of terrorism in the global supply chain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. This bill helps American businesses thrive, and it also enhances the safety of our communities. By expanding access to CPAT, more of our trusted trading partners can expedite cargo into our local communities and our country. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support Senate 794, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 794? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9459.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9459, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enable secure and trustworthy technology through other transaction contracting authority and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carrera, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 9459.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 9459, the PATHS Act. DHS Other Transaction Authority is an important tool in the department's limited arsenal of mechanisms to acquire innovative new research and prototypes. This bill also includes some common sense transparency reforms to DHS's use of OTA authority. I commend my colleague, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for his work on this measure. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. This bill would authorize the Department of Homeland Security to continue to use Other Transaction Authority, or OTA, for an additional 3 years. OTA allows the department to work with non-traditional government contractors to conduct research and prototype projects outside the framework of the traditional acquisition process. DHS's ability to use OTA expires on September 30th, just 1 week from now. Let's pass this legislation and ensure that this does not happen again. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, the congressman who represents my parents and who is the vice chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security.
Hey, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of 9459, the Producing Advanced Technologies for Homeland Security Act. I'm grateful to my colleagues on the Homeland Security Committee for advancing this bipartisan piece of legislation, and I'm proud to lead with my friend from Maryland, Congressman Glenn Ivey. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Homeland Security has a constantly evolving mission, and to meet these needs, the Department was previously granted authority to enter into other transactional agreements, or OTAs. These legally binding agreements allow the Department to engage with non-traditional contractors that would not normally do business with the federal government. This authority allows the Department of Homeland Security to operate quickly and more efficiently. These agreements have allowed entities to produce prototypes of non-intrusive inspection technology that can detect illicit materials hidden inside vehicles crossing the border, and has researched machine learning practices to assist U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The usefulness of this authority has been demonstrated in mine and Chairman Green's home state of Mississippi, as the University of Southern Mississippi was part of a project to develop sensors for unmanned vehicles used by both DHS and the United States Coast Guard. It is critical that we pass this legislation before the authority expires on September the 30th. This bill serves as a companion to Senator Peters' Senate bill, which passed unanimously out of markup in the Senate in April of this year. And it would extend the Department's OTA authority by 3 years to 2027. Mr. Speaker, I'm also glad to say that this bill provides additional accountability and places guardrails on the current program. It would require advanced notification of Congress should the authority be used in any advancement of artificial intelligence technology. And it would amend the DHS Contract Reporting Act of 2021 to ensure greater transparency by reducing the amount of a contract to be reported on the DHS website from $4 million to $1 million. Again, I want to thank Mr. Ivey for his leadership on this important legislation, and I appreciate Chairman Green and the committee staff for their work on this timely and relevant issue. I urge all members to support, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, a co-sponsor of this measure.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today as a proud co-sponsor of the Producing Advanced Technologies for Homeland Security Act. Other Transaction Authority, or OTA, is a vital tool that enables DHS to more quickly obtain cutting-edge, emerging technologies that address specific operational needs. For example, DHS has used OTA to fund research and development of digital IDs that people can store on their phone, and advanced technology to improve the detection of explosive materials at airport checkpoints. This bipartisan bill also provides for increased transparency into the Department's use of OTA by requiring DHS to notify the public and Congress when it uses the authority to enter into agreements worth over $1 million or for agreements involving artificial intelligence. A lapse in DHS's authority would impede the Department's ability to rapidly develop solutions for border security, aviation security, and other critical homeland security concerns. 5 years ago, when OTA did briefly lapse, that's exactly what happened. DHS was forced to delay or stop 48 projects. DHS estimates that if OTA lapses again next week, 77 planned and underway projects would be halted or delayed. A potential halt in OTA would be inefficient, wasteful, and potentially harmful to the security of our homeland. In closing, I would like to thank my colleague, Congressman Guest, for sponsoring this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I would like to thank Representatives Michael Guest and Glenn Ivey for co-sponsoring this bill. And I urge all members to support this important legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9459, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9459? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3208.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 128, H.R. 3208. A bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish a DHS cybersecurity on-the-job training program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carrera, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3208.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 3208. The DHS Cybersecurity on the Job Training Program Act will strengthen CISA's role in providing cybersecurity training to DHS employees not formally in cybersecurity positions. This legislation is reflective of the consistent efforts of its sponsor, Ms. Jackson Lee, who we all lost just months ago, to improve DHS. This, I believe, is her last bill. She was a true friend to the committee and to this chamber, and I know we will all miss her presence. I urge support, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
During Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee's 2 decades in Congress, serving on Homeland Security, one of her top priorities was strengthening our nation's cyber defenses. She consistently prioritized expanding our cybersecurity workforce and recognizing that investing in cybersecurity, education, and training would make our nation more secure. At a time when few members of Congress were focused on cybersecurity, back in 2005, Congresswoman Jackson Lee introduced the Cybersecurity Education Enhancement Act to provide funding for expanded cybersecurity education programs across the country. With her trademark persistence, Congresswoman Lee kept up fighting to expand the talent pool of trained cybersecurity professionals, most recently with the introduction last year of this legislation that we are considering today, the DHS Cybersecurity on the Job Training Program Act. And this bill will direct the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, to provide cybersecurity training to Department of Homeland Security existing employees with a goal, of training existing personnel to fill cybersecurity job vacancies at the department. According to testimony before the Homeland Security Committee in June, there are nearly 2,000 cybersecurity vacancies at DHS today. With cybersecurity threats from adversaries like Russia and China only furthering filling these vacancies as a national security imperative. While DHS has taken important steps to address this challenge, private sector competition for talent and slow federal hiring process have continued to hamper our efforts at DHS to eliminate this shortfall. And training existing DHS personnel who've already been vetted and on board by the department is a critical part of ensuring that DHS has the cybersecurity talent on payroll today to fulfill its critical cybersecurity mission. This legislation builds on CISA's existing federal cybersecurity skilling academy, ensures that CISA continues its efforts to leverage cybersecurity expertise to support DHS's broader workforce. I urge my colleagues to continue Congresswoman Jackson Lee's legacy on this most important issue and support H.R. 3208. Across DHS many component agencies, there is a critical need for cybersecurity expertise to help defend our homeland. And so long as key cybersecurity positions sit vacant, we are at greater risk for damaging cybersecurity attacks that expose our sensitive information or disrupt our critical information. Passing Sheila Jackson Lee's legislation will ensure DHS employees get the training necessary to fill cybersecurity job vacancies, and also we will be honoring her legacy of fighting for a stronger cybersecurity workforce. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3208. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
It's the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3208, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3208? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
I request the yeas and nays since this is Ms. Jackson Lee's last bill.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. And now back to this. All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill Senate 4698.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4698, an act to authorize the joint task forces of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carrera, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on Senate 4698.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Senate 4698, the DHS Joint Task Forces Reauthorization Act of 2024, which extends authorization for DHS's Joint Task Force authority until September 30, 2026. This critical authority allows DHS to use multi-agency task forces to defend U.S. borders against terrorism and other emerging threats in a unity of effort campaign. I thank the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for his leadership on the House companion of this legislation, H.R. 9460, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume, and I am pleased that we are considering the DHS Joint Task Force Reauthorization Act of 2024. Right now, DHS operates one joint task force in the southeastern U.S. and Caribbean area called Joint Task Force East. Every day, Joint Task Force East combines the efforts of the U.S. Coast Guard, Customs and Border Protection, Homeland Security Investigation, and other agencies to share intelligence and counter bad actors that may bring negative elements to our nation. With this joint task force also working hand in hand with the Department of Defense and our international partners, we must ensure that they continue to detect and dismantle cartels across the world. Just this calendar year alone, coalition efforts under Joint Task Forces have resulted in the interdiction of hundreds of migrants, over 55,000 kilos of illicit cocaine valued at almost $2 billion, illegally harvested fish valued at over $900,000, and over 350 illegal firearms, and over 26,000 rounds of ammunition. And again, that's nearly $2 billion worth of illegal narcotics that have been kept off our American streets. And over 350 guns not going into the hands of cartels or gang members around the world. For the Joint Task Force's work to continue, we need to reauthorize the Joint Task Force Authority. At the same time, Congress needs more information on the resources the Joint Task Force needs to be successful. And this bill reauthorizes the Secretary of Homeland Security's ability to create and use the Joint Task Force while also requiring DHS to set up a staffing plan and share that information with us, Congress. With this legislation, we can support the men and women working to protect the homeland and give them the resources that they need to do their job of keeping the American people safe. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Senate Bill 4698, the DHS Joint Task Forces Reauthorization Act of 2024. I'm proud to lead the House companion to this bill. This bipartisan, bicameral legislation will extend the Department of Homeland Security's Joint Task Force authority for another 2 years. Extending this authority allows for a unified DHS law enforcement approach to target, dismantle, and disrupt transnational criminal organizations and their illegal activities. This coordination enables personnel from Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the U.S. Coast Guard, and others to continue integrating their existing authorities to work together and confront the complex national security threats that impact our nation's land, sea, and air borders. Combating terrorism, unlawful immigration, maritime mass migration, and illicit smuggling. I urge my colleagues to support Senate 4698, and Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. And in closing, I'd like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Higgins from Louisiana, Mr. Swazi from New York, for leading this bill in the House, and my colleagues from both sides of the aisle on Homeland Security for their support. And I'd also like to thank the Senator Peters for leading this bill in the Senate. During my own travels this year, I saw the great work that the Joint Task Force East conducts on a day-to-day basis. This reauthorization makes sure that their good work continues. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support S 4698, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support Senate 4698, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 4698? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from American Samoa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass S. 3764.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3764, an act to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2026.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from American Samoa, Mrs. Radawagan, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Manning, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from American Samoa.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days to revise and extend and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Religious persecution is a tragic reality in many parts of the world, whether it be against Uyghurs, Muslims in China, Christian minorities in parts of Africa and the Middle East, the Baha'i in Iran, or religious communities attempting to worship without official control by repressive regimes in Burma, China, or North Korea. And anti-Semitism is on the rise. This bipartisan bill, which unanimously passed the Senate, will continue the good work of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, or USCIRF. Congress created USCIRF as an independent federal entity in 1998. Although the fundamental freedom of religion was under siege around the world, it did not receive enough attention in U.S. foreign policy. USCIRF is a body of experts who speak out on behalf of persecuted believers of any faith and push for accountability beyond what the State Department or the White House may view as diplomatically comfortable. The Commission's independent voice remains critical today, as the State Department too often pushes religious freedom to the side. Although the law requires the department to designate countries of particular concern for religious freedom violations, their list of CPC countries never includes all the countries that meet the statutory criteria. Thankfully, USCIRF continues its truth-telling to identify the other persecutors that should be designated. Those countries include Vietnam, where communist authorities severely repress Christians, Buddhists, and other believers who attempt to worship outside of state control. They also include Nigeria, where Islamist militias murder Christians with impunity. They include Afghanistan, where the brutal Taliban have retaken power and moved that country back to an intolerant darkness. If any countries are countries of particular concern for serious violations of religious freedom, those should be among them. S. 3764 is a simple extension of USCIRF's statutory authority so that the Commission can continue its bipartisan, non-sectarian work on behalf of our nation's first freedom, religious liberty. I'm very pleased that this is a clean reauthorization and does not include any of the previous attempts by some in the other body to make USCIRF more partisan or to dilute its mandate with extraneous issues. Through robust oversight, We also must work to ensure that USERF remains focused on its true bipartisan statutory mandate, namely, quote, the annual and ongoing review of the facts and circumstances of violations of religious freedom, end quote. I want to thank Senator Rubio and his bipartisan colleagues who introduced this bill in the Senate, where it received unanimous support. I also want to recognize the important work of the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Human Rights Subcommittee, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, the author of the House side reauthorization. He has been a leader on religious freedom issues throughout his 43-year career in this House. We need to pass this bill immediately to help ensure that freedom of religion under threat from extremists and authoritarian governments around the world remains front and center. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S. 3764, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of S. 3764, and I thank our Senate colleagues, Senators Marco Rubio, Ben Cardin, and James Lankford, and my dear friend and colleague, Representative Chris Smith, for their leadership in advancing this important measure. This bill would reauthorize the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, or USERF, which was established nearly 26 years ago as an independent, bipartisan U.S. government advisory body to monitor and report annually on religious freedom abroad and make policy recommendations to the President, the Secretary of State, and Congress. Mr. Speaker, the right of each individual to freely practice his or her religion or hold non-religious beliefs is a fundamental human right. Every day, individuals and communities around the world are subject to escalating violence, persecution, and discrimination simply for practicing their beliefs. USERF's 2024 report outlines serious violations of religious freedom and highlights some concerning global developments, including laws restricting religious freedom, like blasphemy laws, anti-conversion laws, and restrictions on religious garb, governments engaged in transnational repression to silence religious minorities and their advocates abroad, and the disturbing global rise of anti-Semitism during 2023 and 2024. USERF has done an excellent job highlighting the threat that anti-Semitism poses to religious freedom, including issuing an important report on anti-Semitism in Europe in 2021, as well as highlighting the growing number of national strategies and other initiatives around the world to combat this trend. This year, USERF noted the significant increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes following the October 7, 2023 Hamas terror attacks against Israel, in which Jews around the world were collectively blamed for actions of the Israeli government. And USERF continues to document anti-Semitic tropes being weaponized in elections, Holocaust distortion and denial, and even the impact of laws prohibiting ritual slaughter on religious freedom. Throughout this time, it has diligently followed its mission to advance international freedom of religion or belief by independently assessing and unflinchingly confronting threats to this fundamental right. Mr. Speaker, USERF is needed more than ever. By reauthorizing USERF, we will ensure the Commission will be able to continue to defend and promote religious freedom by conducting research, publishing reports and analysis for the public, and offering recommendations to policymakers on religious freedom violations around the world. I support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support its passage. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Religious freedom flows from the inherent dignity of every human person and should be protected wherever it is threatened. The United States Commission on International Religious Freedom remains an independent voice on behalf of religious believers everywhere. USERF will continue to enjoy bipartisan support so long as they focus on their core mandate, the protection of religious liberty around the world. I continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
This whole thing. Attempts to distort definitions of religious freedom to cover unrelated or partisan issues will quickly squander that support and endanger the extension of USERF's mandate in the future. S. 3764 will ensure that the Commission continues its nonpartisan mission of promoting the right of religious liberty that we hold so dear as a nation. It deserves our unanimous support. I continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm waiting on one more speaker. Woman close.
Yes, I'm prepared to close.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. This bill would allow USERF to continue its important work advising Congress, engaging with the executive branch, monitoring religious freedom abroad, and raising public awareness. I would like to thank my colleagues, Representative Chris Smith and Senators Marco Rubio, Ben Cardin, and James Lankford for their hard work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from American Samoa is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3764? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill Senate 679, the GAO Database Modernization Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 679, an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to require federal agencies to submit to the Comptroller General of the United States a report on rules that are revoked, suspended, replaced, amended, or otherwise made ineffective.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on Senate 679.
Without objection,
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate 679, the GAO Database Modernization Act. This is an important piece of legislation that will help Congress, the Government Accountability Office, and the public keep track of the rulemaking activities of the administrative state. Under the Congressional Review Act, administrative agencies are required to notify Congress and the GAO when that agency enacts a new rule. This notification process allows Congress to review and, if necessary, consider a resolution to reject the new rule within a certain period of time. The notification process also allows the GAO to maintain a publicly available database of all rules. This publicly available database allows the American people to access information about the rules and regulations that govern their lives. One downside, however, is that under current law, agencies, although required to publish new rules, are not required to notify Congress or the GAO if they amend or eliminate a rule. This can lead to significant confusion. If the GAO is not notified of a change to or revocation of a rule, then it is unable to maintain an up-to-date database for the American people. Further, because agencies are not required to notify Congress when a rule is modified or eliminated, many activities undertaken by the administrative state occur without any oversight. As a result, the American people may view out-of-date information when searching for details about regulations, and Congress does not have easy access to all the information required to effectively conduct oversight of the administrative state. Senate 679 seeks to remedy this problem. The GAO Database Modernization Act will require administrative agencies to notify the GAO whenever they amend, suspend, or eliminate any rule. This bill would allow the GAO to maintain a comprehensive database tracking all administrative rulemaking developments, not just newly enacted rules. This common sense, narrowly tailored, and bipartisan proposal will ensure that the American people have access to complete and correct information about the rules that govern their lives. It will also allow Congress to better monitor the regulatory developments of the administrative state and ensure that members of Congress are appropriately informed of the regulatory state of play. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, the GAO Database Modernization Act would amend the Congressional Review Act to require federal agencies to report to the GAO certain information about agency rules that are made ineffective due to an agency action or other reason. The Congressional Review Act, or CRA, requires an agency to submit a report to both houses of Congress and to GAO whenever it promulgates a rule. This reporting requirement enables Congress to be kept regularly informed of rulemaking activity by all administrative agencies. GAO has created a publicly accessible database tracking all rules submitted by the agencies. However, agencies do not currently report updates, suspensions, or alterations of rules to GAO unless any modifications are part of a newly promulgated regulation. To increase transparency, this legislation amends the CRA to require agencies to submit a report to GAO on rules that are revoked, suspended, amended, or otherwise made ineffective. While I do not oppose this legislation, I do want to note that I have concerns with the underlying Congressional Review Act, and I hope that we will have an opportunity to examine whether the law is operating as intended. The CRA, which provides a fast-track process whereby Congress can overturn an agency regulation, could be misused to undermine life-saving regulations that protect public health and safety. Regulations take significant time, resources, public input, and expertise to craft, but the CRA allows narrow partisan majorities in Congress to do away with them without any of the deliberative processes that went into making them. And because the CRA also prohibits an agency from issuing another rule, quote, in substantially the same form, close quote, without congressional authorization, it allows Congress to tie an agency's hands well into the future. I hope this legislation is a modest improvement to oversight and transparency, but I hope that this is just the beginning of a larger conversation about the CRA and its impact on the regulatory process. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I inform the gentleman I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm ready to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, although I hope that we can engage in a broader conversation about the Congressional Review Act, I appreciate that this bill provides additional transparency into the regulatory process. I urge members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 6? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 670, the Impact Human Trafficking Act.
Without objection? Oh, I'm sorry. The clerk will read the title of the bill.
Senate 670, an act to improve services for trafficking victims by establishing in Homeland Security investigations. The investigators maintain purposeful awareness to combat trafficking trauma program and the victim assistance program.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on Senate Bill 670.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The investigators maintain purposeful awareness to combat trafficking trauma program and victim assistance program. Impact Trafficking Act, Human Trafficking Act, provides for outreach and training to Homeland Security investigations employees who have been exposed to various forms of trauma while working with victims of human trafficking. Thousands of men, women, and children are exploited through forced sex or labor in the United States. Traffickers might use violence, manipulation, and false promises of jobs or even romantic relationships to lure victims into trafficking situations. We have heard about these issues extensively in 2 victim-focused hearings in the House Judiciary Committee in this Congress. Human trafficking not only leaves victims and survivors with lasting trauma, but it also affects the dedicated professionals who are responsible for investigating these crimes. Homeland Security Investigations is a component of and the main investigative body within the Department of Homeland Security. HSI investigates all types of transnational crimes, but they serve as the leading federal agency combating the evils of human trafficking, human smuggling, and child exploitation. HSI works with more than 120 federal, state, and local law enforcement human trafficking task forces across the United States. Through these task forces, HSI agents work with victim services organizations, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and others to raise awareness of human trafficking and generate investigative leads. While we all have a role in putting a stop to human trafficking, HSI stands on the front lines to identify and capture traffickers and predators, and then to hold these criminals accountable. We cannot thank these brave men and women enough for all they do to protect victims both in the United States and abroad. This bill would make permanent the investigators maintain purposeful awareness to combat trafficking trauma impact program within HSI that provides outreach and training to investigators, interviewers, victim assistance specialists, and other partners who have been exposed to trauma while working with victims of human trafficking. These trainings would include the available resources to help cope with burnout, stress, compassion fatigue, and trauma. The bill also makes the HSI Victim Assistance Program permanent, which provides important guidance on victim assistance and monitors compliance with federal crime victim statutes. Lastly, this legislation increases the number of victim assistance specialists to ensure that every office participating in a human trafficking or child exploitation task force will have an assigned victim assistance specialist. This legislation already passed the Senate under unanimous consent. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, S-670, the Impact Human Trafficking Act, is bipartisan legislation that has a dual purpose. It would establish the program within the DHS's Homeland Security Investigation Unit, or HSI. It would also codify and expand the HSI Victim Assistance Program. By establishing the Impact Program, this bill will ensure that outreach and training are available to HSI agents, forensic interviewers, survivors of assistance specialists, task force officers, and other partners who work with survivors of human trafficking. This work can be extremely taxing, exposing these individuals to the trauma of those they are working to help. By ensuring that these individuals receive support, such as through training to help recognize burnout and secondary traumatic stress, this legislation would help them be more effective, reduce turnover, and ensure that they can continue the important work of fighting human trafficking and assisting survivors. The second component of this legislation would enhance the HSI Victim Assistance Program to ensure that every human trafficking survivor identified by HSI is assigned a survivor assistance specialist, and that this program provides survivors with the support they need. Survivor assistance specialists are a critical component of HSI's survivor-centered approach to addressing human trafficking. These specialists connect survivors to resources they might need and might not otherwise be aware of, help survivors understand the investigative and prosecutorial process, and trains other law enforcement and private sector partners so that survivors receive assistance that is survivor-centered, trauma-informed, and linguistically appropriate. Currently, only the largest HSI field offices have a victim assistance specialist, but this legislation would ensure that every HSI office with a human trafficking or child exploitation task force would have a survivor assistance specialist to carry out this important work. The Victim Assistance Program also provides forensic interview support so that survivors are not re-traumatized during investigative interviews, and this bill would ensure that more survivors receive that support. Finally, this bill would help address the immediate needs of survivors of human trafficking by providing funds for clothing, food, transportation, hygiene products, and temporary shelter. This benefits their survivors by promoting their safety and reducing the chances that they end up back under the control of a trafficker. It also prevents crime and future victimization by increasing the chances that survivors are willing and able to assist law enforcement in bringing the perpetrators of trafficking to justice. As the state's attorney of Prince George's County, I saw some of the harrowing experiences that survivors of human trafficking experience. This bipartisan legislation would provide important support to help them as well as those who work with them. I commend Senator Peters and my House colleagues who jointly led the companion to this bill, Representatives Joyce, Titus, Wagner, and Slatkin. It's truly encouraging to see a bipartisan, bicameral bill that supports the survivors of human trafficking, and I hope we can all work together on more bipartisan legislation like this in the future. I encourage my colleagues to join me in support of this important legislation. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Impact Human Trafficking Act, which I introduced alongside Senator Peters early last year. Thousands of men and women and children are victimized by human traffickers in the United States each year. Ohio is consistently ranked among the states most heavily impacted by the human trafficking incidents. Traffickers threaten, deceive, and manipulate their victims, forcing them into what amounts to modern-day slavery. As a former prosecutor, I understand the importance of caring for victims, punishing perpetrators, and ensuring that law enforcement personnel also receive the resources and attention they need when investigating these heinous crimes. This bill would codify and expand the Victim Assistance Program at HSI to provide much-needed support for victims and other individuals impacted by human trafficking. The bill also makes permanent a program focused on promoting the well-being of HSI employees and partners who are repeatedly exposed to trauma and stress during the course of their work with victims and associated investigations. These law enforcement personnel are consistently exposed to some of the worst humanity has to offer, and they are working to protect the most vulnerable. We should do everything in our power to safeguard their well-being and make sure that they have the resources they need to protect their mental health and continue to do this admirable work. I'd like to thank Senator Peters for his continued leadership on this issue and my colleagues in the House for their critical partnership in this legislation. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Sure. Hey, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
We have no more witnesses. We're prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S670, the Impact Human Trafficking Act, would enable more survivors to participate in the investigation and prosecution of the crimes committed against them and prevent future trafficking crimes. I support this bipartisan legislation, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues to support this necessary bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 670? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill Senate 2228, the Building Chips in America Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2228, an act to amend the William M. Mac Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021 to clarify the scope of a major federal action under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 with respect to certain projects relating to the production of semiconductors and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on S 2228, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S. 2228, the Building Chips in America Act. This is a companion to H.R. 4549, which was introduced in the House by Representative Creegans along with Representative Peters, Williams, and Allred, and McCall. The Building Chips in America Act is fundamentally about our competitiveness and national security. Semiconductor chips have become essential to the way we live and work. They power our phones, our medical devices, our cars, our computers. They are not only essential to our economic security, but our national security as well. And yet the U.S. is dependent on foreign countries for access to chips. The Chinese Communist Party has made it clear that it wants to dominate the globe in key technology areas, and part of their strategy is to increase China's share of the semiconductor market through both investments and acquisition. The U.S. technology companies obtain as much as 90% of their semiconductor chips from Taiwan, which is a huge risk given the geopolitical situation in the region. When Congress passed the Chips for America Act in 2020 and the Chips and Science Act in 2022, the intention was to address this lack of domestic chip production to make us more competitive. And it's starting to work. Since we passed these bills, we've seen companies throughout the supply chain announcing billions of dollars in new investments in domestic chip manufacturing. Unfortunately, these projects are being required to undergo a lengthy National Environmental Policy Act review. These reviews drag on for a long time. The Council on Environmental Quality reports that it takes an average of 4.5 years to complete this process. That defeats the goal of quickly scaling up chip production in the United States. Not only do NEPA reviews delay ongoing construction, but they also discourage future investments in chip production. This bill addresses that issue by streamlining the permit requirements so that we can quickly build up our semiconductor manufacturing. It clarifies that certain CHIPS projects are not subject to NEPA reviews, and it improves efficiency by ensuring that the Commerce Department is the lead agency to carry out NEPA reviews for the projects that are subject to these requirements. It also gives Commerce more tools to complete environmental reviews. Finally, it limits the timeline for court challenges to these reviews. In short, it allows Commerce to be flexible in how it promotes growth while still ensuring environmental protections. We cannot afford to stunt our own progress in chip manufacturing because we are following a flawed bureaucratic process. I'd also like to note that addressing environmental permitting is an issue that extends well beyond chip production. As my colleague Bruce Westerman, chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, has championed the need to comprehensively address NEPA and its unintended consequences. I appreciate his effort to make NEPA work better for the American people. Today's bill is narrower in scope than what Chairman Westerman has proposed, and while it doesn't address NEPA in its entirety, I believe this is a step in the right direction. I thank my colleagues in the House who have sponsored this bill, as well as our Senate counterparts. And I urge everyone to support this important reform, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to S. 2228, the Building Chips in America Act. I can't begin to tell you how frustrating it is that we're here, considering a bill that hasn't had a single hearing or the slightest bit of real scrutiny. But here we are because Speaker Johnson does think it's a priority. So now we need to set the record straight for the sake of our community's health, safety, and basic common sense. So let's talk about the history of semiconductor manufacturing for a second. In 1947, Silicon Valley was the birthplace of the modern semiconductor, the backbone of our tech industry. But that birth left behind some pretty deep scars. Semiconductor manufacturing has never been clean. It's left behind pollution, toxic waste, and even poisoned workers. Silicon Valley still holds the record for the most Superfund sites in the country. We're talking miscarriages, cancer, and entire communities still dealing with the fallout today. So yeah, It's serious. Now, as we work to bring semiconductor manufacturing back to the U.S., we must do it right this time. We cannot afford to repeat the devastating mistakes of the past, and we don't need to. But what does this bill want us to do? It intends to throw all those lessons out the window and bring back the same toxic mess we saw in Silicon Valley, only bigger. Are we really going to let this disaster play out again in places like Palm Bay, Florida, Colorado Springs, Colorado, Clay, New York, or St. Peters, Missouri? These are the communities on the line, all home to semiconductor plants, getting funding under the CHIPS and Science Act. Polluting our communities and putting families in harm's way is a policy choice. We've cleaned up a lot of the mess in Silicon Valley, and we've proven that semiconductor manufacturing can be done without hurting workers or the environment. Democrats worked to pass the CHIPS and Science Act to ensure that when we invest in America's future, we do it the right way. We made sure these investments benefit all Americans, not just a select few. And we've got Secretary Raimondo and the Biden-Harris administration making sure that the taxpayer dollars being spent on this are stewarded with care. So far, those investments are already showing results across the country, and it's just the beginning. But this bill wants to scrap all that progress. It would wipe out environmental reviews and public input under the National Environmental Policy Act for semiconductor facilities. That means no guarantees, no checks to make sure companies aren't using our money to harm the very people paying those taxes. And let me tell you something else. The rush is fake. Republicans keep saying that environmental red tape is slowing down progress, but that's just not true. Secretary Raimondo has testified that things are moving along just fine. We even made sure the agency got enough funding to handle the workload. What we're looking at is a dangerous, pointless bill that doesn't solve any real problems. In fact, it creates new ones that could put the health and safety of countless Americans at risk. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand with me in opposing this bill so we can do it the right way. I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Keegans, to speak on the bill.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Senate Bill 2228, the Building Chips in America Act, the Senate version of bipartisan legislation I introduced last year to bring semiconductor manufacturing back to the United States. Last year, 120 members of Congress signed a letter to the House and Senate leadership urging its inclusion into the National Defense Authorization Act. Semiconductors go in everything from cell phones to innovative technologies that support American energy, powerful new AI tools, and key weapons systems keep Americans safe at home and abroad, and the list goes on. Despite this, the U.S. is only home to only 10% of global semiconductor production. Thankfully, the 2022 CHIPS and Science Act authorized nearly $40 billion in grant funding to reshore this critical manufacturing capability, which we have historically relied almost entirely on China. This monumental investment in our domestic industry has spurred companies up and down the semiconductor supply chain to start bringing new manufacturing projects to our shores. However, existing requirements by the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, threaten to delay semiconductor projects already underway and discourage future investment in domestic semiconductor manufacturing. A recent study from Georgetown University found that the United States builds semiconductor fabs at a slower rate than the rest of the world. To put it simply, we cannot allow federal bureaucracy to hold up critical CHIPS Act projects while the Chinese Communist Party spends billions of dollars to become the world's leading producer of advanced semiconductors. One of the greatest national security threats we face today is China's chokehold in our defense industrial base. We must be able to produce these components critical to our economy and national security here on American soil. Last week, I had the privilege of visiting Silicon Valley with the House Armed Services Committee. We did a field hearing there, and we heard time and time again the importance for expediting the process for building semiconductor chips here domestically, and this was an ask from that defense industry in the Silicon Valley. The Building Chips in America Act would address this issue by clarifying how NEPA applies to projects that receive funding from the CHIPS Act. This bipartisan bill would ensure these projects can move forward in a timely fashion while still obtaining all necessary permits and requiring projects to undergo necessary environmental reviews at the state and local level. This approach streamlines our domestic semiconductor manufacturing without changing the environmental requirements and standards these projects need to meet. Mr. Speaker, I represent coastal Southeast Virginia, which is one of the heaviest military congressional districts in the country. We know how to be good stewards of the environment without sacrificing our economy or our national security. If we want to ensure American economic and national security in today's dangerous world, we must reduce our dangerous reliance on Chinese supply chains and increase our domestic production of these critical technologies. Our military men and women need secure, reliable electronics to carry out their missions safely. Relying on adversarial nations that directly seek to undermine our national security is not an option. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation and allow our country to restore chip manufacturing on American soil, which we can do while maintaining our basic environmental laws. We cannot afford to lose this race with China. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from
Reserves.
Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to S2228, the so-called Building Chips in America Act. Now, this bill simply should not be coming up under a suspension of the rules. All three ranking members of the committees of jurisdiction are adamantly opposed to it. When the Chips and Science Act passed the House in July 2022, it passed by a vote of 243 to 187. All 187 votes against the bill were Republicans. In fact, only 24 Republicans voted for the bill, and a lot of them are no longer here. If Republicans had controlled the House last Congress, the $52 billion that we invested to ensure semiconductors are produced here in the United States instead of China simply would have never become law. Now, I was one of the leaders who pushed the Chips and Science Act through the House, and so I, unlike many of my Republican colleagues, am invested in making this program work as intended. As we created this program, we did so with the intention of ending our reliance on other countries for microchips that are used in automobiles, consumer electrics, and washing machines. We did all of this while also making sure we protected the environment. The Chips and Science Act is a success, but we cannot deflect from that success by once again attacking one of the most important environmental laws that protects all of our communities from corporate malfeasance. I oppose this bill because it would needlessly eliminate environmental review and public input under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, for semiconductor facilities receiving funding under the Chips and Science Act. Now, this bill simply is not necessary because NEPA review is not a barrier to moving semiconductor projects forward. Commerce Secretary Raimondo, who oversees the Chips and Science Act and who had initially voiced concern about NEPA reviews, acknowledged at an Energy and Commerce hearing that, and I'm quoting, "I can report to you today that we've made a lot of progress on that, and we are on track to complete environmental reviews for all these companies before we issue any awards." Now, there's simply no need for wholesale exemptions from NEPA reviews, given the steps that Congress has already taken to increase the speed, efficiency, and management of permitting for this industry. We made semiconductor manufacturing eligible for the abbreviated permitting process under the FAST-4, or FAST-41 Act. And this ensured that reviews do not drag out for the most serious environmental impact statements. We also, under the Fiscal Responsibility Act, eliminated NEPA review for loans, loan guarantees, or other forms of financial assistance for similar activities, and we gave the Department of Commerce the ability to adopt categorical exclusions from other agencies. So this is really, Mr. Speaker, a bill that is a solution in search of a problem that doesn't exist. And now Republican leadership is bypassing regular order to ram through an anti-environment bill that didn't go through any of the committees here in the House before being rushed to the House floor on the suspension calendar. The phenomenal work of the CHIPS office is a cause for celebration, and the program has produced critical wins for countless domestic industries worth highlighting. It is clear that NEPA reviews are not a barrier to moving these projects forward. So fundamentally, NEPA requires us to look before we leap, which is just common sense, and failing to do so could create many new problems for our environment. My colleague mentioned the Superfund sites in Silicon Valley. Do we want those again? This affects our water supply, our worker safety, our communities, and ignoring these impacts is not going to make them disappear, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank the ranking members Lofgren from the Science Committee, Grijalva from the Natural Resources Committee for joining me in leading the effort to oppose this bill. And I strongly urge all of my colleagues to vote no. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the House Rules Committee, Dr. Burgess.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding. I do want to rise today in support of S-2228, the Building Chips in America Act. Last week, members of the Texas delegation sent a letter to our leadership requesting that we prioritize this crucial piece of legislation. So I certainly want to thank, of course, Chairman Lucas, as well as Speaker Johnson, Majority Leader Scalise, for considering bringing the Building Chips in America Act to the floor this week. We've heard over and over how semiconductors are necessary for some of the most vital technology we have today. But let's also be clear, the NEPA process is valuable. The environmental impact statements, the environmental assessments and reviews that are conducted in this country are a pragmatic symbol of the American people's commitment to environmental conservatism and land management. However, efficiency is sometimes lacking. And my friend, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone, the gentleman from New Jersey, said this is a solution in search of a problem. Hardly. NEPA's red tape means that many semiconductor projects are delayed, the manufacturers are becoming discouraged in developing domestic manufacturing projects, and certainly that is evident in my home state of Texas. This legislation is important to Texas, and we've remained at the forefront of a national resurgence in high-tech manufacturing. Streamlining the NEPA process will help companies in the semiconductor industry bring great economic prosperity to our state. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Reserves balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of S-2228, the Building Chips in America Act. 2 years ago, Congress wisely passed the Chips and Science Act, bringing about a resurgence in domestic manufacturing, particularly in my home state of Arizona. Some of the world's leading semiconductor companies have invested hundreds of billions of dollars in Arizona to build new fabrication plants or fabs, creating thousands and thousands of high-wage jobs. Many of these projects have already broken ground. If you drive around my district in Arizona, cranes dot the skyline, the clearest sign of America's advanced manufacturing boom. In North Phoenix, TSMC will soon begin producing the world's most advanced semiconductors by the end of this decade. And in Chandler, Intel is building its largest manufacturing complex, which opens next year. It'll churn out semiconductor chips at a time when America needs a secure supply more than ever. It is critical for our national defense. Make no mistake, these projects are being constructed in compliance with federal, state, and local environmental regulations, protecting Arizonans' clean air and water. In fact, we have worked in partnership with semiconductor giants to invest in water recycling and reclamation projects in record numbers. But because these projects are benefiting from the CHIPS Act, many companies must now, for the first time, complete a secondary federal environmental review that could slow or even stop construction for months or years. This bipartisan bill, led by Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona on the Senate side, would streamline that review process to ensure these fabs can be built on time so we don't lose a single day in the global semiconductor arms race. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on S-2228, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close once the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania closes.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time to speak on this bill, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote no on S-2228, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize myself for as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Building Chips in America Act is pragmatic legislation that ensures we aren't sacrificing our growth in chips production because of unyielding permitting processes. The changes we're making here today won't compromise the laws that protect our clean air and water, but they do allow us to move forward with semiconductor manufacturing. That's why this bill has strong bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2228? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended for what
Mr. Speaker,
purpose does the
I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman from Minnesota ask for the yeas and nays?
I can.
Ask for the yeas and nays. Ask for the yeas and nays.
Yes, ask for the yeas and nays. Yes, sir.
All right. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8958, the NASA Reauthorization Act of 2024, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8958, a bill to reauthorize the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fouché, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 8958, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman's recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 8958, the NASA Reauthorization Act of 2024. NASA is at an important point in its history. Through the Artemis program, it is currently leading a team of commercial and international partners to return astronauts to the moon for the first time in over 50 years. It also seeks to continue operations in low Earth orbit and accomplish impressive feats of scientific exploration to better understand the universe in which we live. But America's role as a space leader cannot be taken for granted. As more actors, both commercial and foreign, take to the stars, space is increasingly competitive and contested. Among these competitors is the Chinese Communist Party, which is devoting sufficient resources to rapidly expanding its presence in space. In 2023, the CCP completed construction of its own space station and returned to Earth the first rock samples from the far side of the moon. The CCP also made substantial progress on its plans to land humans on the moon by 2030. Through these and other activities, the Chinese have become a global leader in space activity. The next nation to land on the lunar surface will play a key role in guiding the norms and practices that may govern lunar and space exploration. For decades to come, we cannot cede U.S. leadership at this time. In order to be successful, Congress must provide NASA with clear, forward-thinking guidance. The bill before us today does just that by providing thoughtful, strategic direction across NASA's mission areas. First, this bill recognizes the immense value of NASA having a consistent, long-term plan for space exploration. Accordingly, it reaffirms our commitment to human space exploration through Artemis and the Moon to Mars programs. It also reinforces the need for a steady cadence of flights of the Space Launch System and Orion crew capsule. Second, the bill provides guidance to NASA's activities in low Earth orbit, or LEO. While ISS is the world's premier microgravity laboratory, after over 24 years of operation, the station is aging. NASA must fully utilize the ISS to ensure that the maximum return on taxpayers' investment, but also must prepare for the eventual retirement of the station. To that end, this bill authorizes NASA to procure capacities that will be needed to safely deorbit the ISS at the end of its lifespan. It also authorizes NASA to support the development and use of private LEO platforms. Next, the bill addresses NASA's science programs. NASA's science missions reveal groundbreaking discoveries that help us understand our place in the universe, that can ultimately improve life here at home. However, throughout this Congress, the Science Committee has heard concerns from the affected cost and schedule overruns are having on the agency's portfolio of science missions. Given the current constraints on the federal budget, it is critical that Congress ensure that each dollar NASA spends is used in the most efficient way possible. The bill stresses the value of a balanced science portfolio and a steady cadence of small, medium, and large missions. It directs NASA to consider how to incorporate innovative commercial solutions into its space program, which can save money while also facilitating the growth of U.S. commercial space industry. The bill also ensures that the space technology development is able to keep pace with the rapid growth in space activities. By encouraging and supporting space technology development, this bill helps drive economic growth to ensure our leadership in space. Finally, the bill will make aviation safer and more efficient by supporting aeronautics research efforts, including the development of experimental aircraft and next-generation aeronautics technologies. All told, it is a strategic bill that positions the U.S. to remain the global leader in space. This legislation is the product of months of bipartisan work, and I'd like to thank Ranking Member Lofgren for working with me to create a thoughtful bill that addresses our shared priorities. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the NASA Reauthorization Act of 2024. And I want to thank the chairman of the Science Committee, Mr. Lucas, for his leadership of this bipartisan bill, of which I am an original co-sponsor. I am pleased that we are able to continue our committee's long history of bipartisanship when it comes to supporting NASA and our nation's preeminent science and technology enterprises. I also want to thank the many members of the Science Committee for their constructive contributions and amendments that made needed improvements to this legislation. While not perfect, this is a good bill that builds on the NASA Authorization Act of 2022 that was enacted as part of the CHIPS and Science Act. H.R. 8958 reaffirms America's commitment to science exploration, earth and space science, aeronautics, innovation, education, and inspiration. Through NASA's triumphs, our nation has demonstrated to the world what can be achieved when great minds work together. There are countless technologies and services originated in the science program that benefit the everyday lives of Americans. Our investment in civil space has and will continue making remarkable contributions to innovation and economic prosperity here on Earth. But many of the dividends that NASA pays are immeasurable. NASA's science and human spaceflight missions have inspired generations of Americans, and NASA's outreach and STEM programming have set countless young people on a path to degrees and careers in STEM. Just last week, we were finally able to honor NASA's Hidden Figures with their Congressional Gold Medals. We have these women to thank for their success
of our space program. Throughout their career, they faced the unjust cruelties of racism and sexism, and still they persevered. It's with the legacies of Katherine Johnson, Dr. Christine Darden, Dorothy Vaughan, Mary Jackson, and all the women computers, mathematicians, and engineers at NASA and NACA during the space race in mind that we ensure NASA and the rest of our federal science enterprise help lead the way in building STEM opportunities for all. Put simply, we can only lead in science and technology with a STEM workforce that represents the rich diversity of our nation. It's with the legacies of these trailblazing women in mind that this legislation supports NASA's STEM education portfolio, including the Minority University Research and Education Project. I am pleased this bill provides continuity of policy and purpose for human exploration, the Moon to Stars program, and provides for NASA's continued use of low Earth orbit to advance science and reduce exploration risks. The bill directs NASA to both prepare for the safe deorbiting of the International Space Station at the end of its operational life, while also planning for a robust and resilient architecture for the future of low Earth orbit. This legislation also supports NASA's science and aeronautics portfolios under which essential work is done. For example, NASA's Earth science satellites and research are critical to understanding and responding to global climate change. Under this bill, we will also improve our ability to detect large methane emission events and monitor greenhouse gases. And close to home for me, the NASA Ames Research Center does important aeronautical work to improve aerial responses to wildfires, including by developing and testing drone technology and aerial operations for wildland fire response. I appreciate and commend the constructive input of NASA and the space and aerospace community as this bill came together. I thank Chairman Lucas and Babin for their staff for their hard work, cooperation, and consideration of our recommendations. I want to give special thanks to Ranking Member Sorensen for his leadership on the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee, and to Pam Whitney and Ashley Wilkins on the Democratic staff of the committee. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and pass the NASA Reauthorization Act of 2024. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the subcommittee chairman of jurisdiction, Dr. Babin.
The
Speak on the bill.
gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in support of H.R. 8958, the NASA Authorization Act of 2024. I'm honored to represent the Johnson Space Center and privileged to chair the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee. And as an original co-sponsor of this bill, I can share with you that it is the result of a lot of work, hard work. We were able to reach a bipartisan consensus that keeps NASA on track to return to the moon, maintain our leadership role in low Earth orbit, continue to explore our solar system and universe, and push the boundaries of flight. All too often, changes in the administrations lead to upended plans at NASA. While ever-changing goals and priorities challenge all agencies, it is particularly problematic for NASA, which undertakes extremely complex programs that literally take decades to accomplish. The bill before us today provides the necessary guidance and support to ensure that NASA's success will happen and meet the rising challenge that the Chinese Communist Party poses to the United States in space. I hope that the other chamber will seize this opportunity to take up this important piece of legislation before the end of this year so that NASA will have the certainty that it needs to carry out the bold, activities that we've tasked it with. I'd also like to thank the chairman of the Science Committee, my friend Frank Lucas from Oklahoma, for his support in drafting this legislation, as well as his leadership on the committee over the past 6 years. I'd also like to thank ranking members Lofgren and Sorensen for their collegiality through this process and for their important contributions to this bill. And finally, I'd like to thank the staff for their tireless work. Charlie Scales, Kelsey McBaron, Vishal Amin, Brent Blevins, and Tom Hammond from the majority staff, and Pam Whitney and Ashley Wilkins from the minority staff all put in a lot of time to get us where we are today. And so I thank them as well. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no request for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I reserve.
Does the gentlewoman wish to reserve?
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, to speak on the bill.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Lucas and the rest of the Science Committee staff for your leadership on this very important bill. Mr. Speaker, you can't tell the story of my district without also telling the story of NASA, whether it's Chuck Yeager breaking the sound barrier in the X-1 about 77 years ago, or Pete Knight setting the record as the fastest man ever in his X-15 in 1967. The development and first flights of the space shuttle in the 70s and 80s, and now the upcoming first flight of the X-59, which is a commercial supersonic aircraft that will bring supersonic flight back to the United States for the commercial industry. NASA's DNA is simply ingrained in the Antelope Valley, or as we call it in my district affectionately, the Aerospace Valley. That's why I'm so proud to rise in support of the NASA Reauthorization Act of 2024. This bill advances the Artemis program, returning Americans to the moon for the first time in nearly 50 years. It supports our still emerging commercial space economy, which is essential for Artemis, national security, as well as our scientific interests. And it includes my bill, the Acero Act, to support work already underway at NASA to integrate unmanned aerial vehicles and ground systems into wildfire responses, which will help stop fires before they spread. We need to ensure that our firefighters are equipped like combat war fighters are on the battlefield, with cutting-edge technology to keep them safe and help them accomplish the mission as quickly as possible and put the fires out as quickly as possible. These UAVs will act as a force multiplier for firefighters to help protect communities like those in my district and usher in the next generation of firefighting technology so that our firefighters are assured that they come home safely at night. This bill is about the next chapter for NASA, a chapter that starts in the Aerospace Valley and reaches all the way out to the edges of our solar system. I'm proud to support this bill, and I encourage my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close once the gentlewoman from North Carolina closes.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no request for time to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 8958, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NASA has long been a driving force in space exploration. But as I've said previously, we cannot take the decades of American leadership in space for granted. This is especially true as a growing interest in space drives greater activity and competition into the domain, particularly from the Chinese Communist Party. An effective and efficient NASA is a key to maintaining U.S. space leadership. Congress must provide NASA with clear, forward-thinking guidance. This is why one of my top priorities on the Science Committee this Congress is passage of the bill currently before us. I fully support the thoughtful guidance this bill provides to NASA. It ensures NASA continues making progress towards returning humans to the moon, developing the best strategy for NASA's future operations in LEO, and promotes a range of scientific research and technological development activities. I appreciate Ranking Member Lofgren and her staff for working with me and my staff to craft this important bill, and I look forward to working with our colleagues in the Senate to see this across the finish line. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8958 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman from Oklahoma.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6219, the Ascend Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6219, a bill to require the Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration to establish a program to identify, evaluate, acquire, and disseminate commercial Earth remote sensing data and imagery in order to satisfy the scientific, operational, and educational requirements of the administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fushi, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 6219, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of the Ascend Act, led by my colleague, Mr. Keene of New Jersey. The Ascend Act creates a permanent commercial satellite data acquisition program within NASA's Scientific Mission Directorate. As the global space sector rapidly evolves, it's critical for NASA to have access to the very best tools and research our nation has to offer, ensuring its continued leadership as the world's premier space agency. This bill supports those efforts by enabling NASA to procure remote sensing data from commercial providers under the new acquisition program. By taking this step, researchers will have access to cutting-edge data sets and imagery obtained from commercial space sector. These resources will play a significant role in advancing research and development in vital areas such as precision agriculture and natural disaster monitoring. By utilizing industry data, our NASA researchers can obtain valuable insights that enhance their already innovative work. The more knowledge we acquire, the better we can lead in this field. This bill requires the NASA Administrator to submit an annual report to Congress on the uses and impacts of commercial data products and licensing agreements. This information will be valuable for us as we monitor and support the program's efforts. As we look forward to the future, maintaining our leadership in the space sector will depend on various factors, including our collaborative efforts between the public and private sectors. Allowing NASA to expand its commercial data procurement program through the Ascend Act will only help achieve the agency's current and long-term goals. I want to thank Representative Keene and Representative Bonamici for working together to get this bill to the floor today. And I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation and to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the Ascend Act, which is sponsored by Representatives Kane and Bonamici. Their bill would codify the existing program, the Commercial Satellite Data Acquisition Program, after NASA successfully demonstrated the viability of purchasing commercial small satellite data to support NASA's Earth System Science programs. During evaluation of the initial pilot project, the data acquisitions were shown to complement the suite of Earth observations taken by NASA's fleet of satellites and instruments. NASA has continued the activities as the Commercial Small Sat Data Acquisition Program. This bill capitalizes on the accomplishments of the initial pilot by authorizing the program. It also authorizes the administrator in carrying out the program to procure commercial Earth remote sensing data and imagery from the commercial vendors to establish or modify in-use license terms and conditions to allow the use of the procured data and imagery by individuals other than NASA-funded users. The bill includes measures to support data publication and transparency, reporting to Congress on the program, and the widest possible use of the data procured under the program consistent with program goals. Again, I thank the bill's sponsors for their work on the Ascend Act, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The woman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, to speak on his bill.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my gratitude to the Speaker's office, Majority Leader Chairman Lucas, and my colleagues for their collaborative efforts in addressing the urgency of passing my bill, H.R. 6219, the Accessing Satellite Data to Enable New Discoveries, the Ascend Act. I'd also like to extend my appreciation to Representative Bonamici for co-leading the Ascend Act, which will establish a program through which NASA can procure satellite imagery and data from commercially operated satellites to support and complement its science objectives. Space, once dominated by government actors, is now home to a growing variety of commercial operators. This commercial space industry includes commercial operators of small satellites constellations that produce remote sensing imagery and data. NASA could obtain cost-effective imagery and data for its science missions by purchasing such products from these commercial providers as one of their many customers. In 2017, NASA established a pilot program called the Commercial Small Sat Data Acquisition, CSDA program, to identify and to evaluate commercial capabilities that could add value to NASA research. The program also established new processes to acquire and use such products. The CSDA pilot program proved to be a great success, while participating scientists finding commercial data sets to be both reliable and highly valuable for a wide range of research applications. The Ascend Act seeks to build upon the success of the pilot program and to permanently authorize the CSDA program within NASA, thus ensuring the program's continued growth and longevity. This bill directs NASA Administrator to establish a commercial satellite data acquisition program within NASA's Science Mission Directorate, allowing scientists and agencies to access cost-effective commercial satellite data products. The bill also allows the administrator to both obtain commercial Earth remote sensing imagery and data needed by agencies and scientists, and to encourage growth of private sector space entities. Additionally, this legislation requires the administrator to submit a report to Congress describing the implementation of the program, including the types of data acquired, the source of that data, and its uses within NASA, and any impacts. Not only does this program benefit NASA scientists, but also supports federally funded and accredited researchers across various agencies such as NOAA, USDA, or DOI, as well as federal grantees, including the National Science Foundation and other agencies. By utilizing a diverse set of capabilities and data sources and leveraging advancements in the private sector, we're ensuring that America remains at the forefront of scientific discovery and technological advancements for generations to come. Now is an important time for Congress to reaffirm our support for this program by enacting it into statute, thus ensuring its continued growth and success for the federal scientific community. Access to such timely, High-quality satellite data is essential for improving our understanding of natural disasters, enhancing response capabilities, and mitigating impacts, especially for flood-prone coastal areas like New Jersey. This data will help protect our communities by informing more accurate predictions and better preparation efforts. The Consent Act demonstrates a strong commitment to advancing our scientific capabilities, such as by providing data that will enhance disaster preparedness and response efforts, and by supporting commercial space efforts. This bipartisan legislation reinforces our dedication to promoting sound research and innovation in space exploration and ensuring NASA remains at the forefront of scientific discovery and public service. Again, I want to thank the Speaker's Office, Majority Leader, and Chairman Lucas for helping advance this impactful legislation. And I would encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back to the
gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close once the gentlelady does.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests to speak on this bill, and I am prepared to close, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Again, I want to thank Representatives Keene and Bonamici for their bipartisan efforts. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6219 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Oh, no, this is the last one. Okay. We're ready to go.
Right. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass: Senate 2228, H.R. 8958, and Senate 3764. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 2228, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2228, an act to amend the William M. Mack-Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021 to clarify the scope of a major federal action under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 with respect to certain projects relating to the production of semiconductors and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas 255, the nays 124. On this vote, the yeas 257, the nays 125. Record as present, 2/3 being affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
That staffer of yours. We're ready? Shh. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Donna Barber, Acting Director of the New Jersey Division of Elections, indicating that, according to the unofficial results for the special general election held on September 18, 2024, the Honorable LaMonica McIver was elected Representative to Congress for the 10th Congressional District of New Jersey. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
To take an oath of office today. Her certification of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question whatsoever has been raised with regards to her election.
Without objection. Will Representative-elect McIver and members of the New Jersey delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, you are now a member of the 118th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, especially from New Jersey, rise today to congratulate and welcome our newest colleague, LaMonica MacGyver from New Jersey's 10th Congressional District. LaMonica has served on the Newark City Council since 2018. She served as the council president, and I think, as many people know, Newark is the largest city in the state of New Jersey. It is also the same council where our good friend and distinguished colleague, former Donald Payne, had served with great distinction. Since 2022, she excelled, let me just point out, in Newark public school system and graduated from Bloomfield College before going on to receive her master's degree from Seton Hall University. Everything in New Jersey. Before running for office, she worked in human resources across several public school districts, including personnel director for Montclair Public Schools. She also worked as a public affairs manager for PSE&G, one of New Jersey's major utility companies. We offer, on both sides of the aisle, our warmest welcome to her. Look forward to working with her in the coming days and weeks. I yield to my good friend, Frank Pallone.
Thank you, Chris. I just want you all to know that LaMonica has experienced a series of firsts. First, she was the youngest person elected to the Newark City Council in 2018. She then was elected council president in 2022, and she's the youngest woman ever elected to Congress from the state of New Jersey. And we have her family up there, as you can see. Also, she's been a tremendous mentor for young women in particular. She founded an organization called the Newark Gals, I'm going to say G-A-L-S, Gals Inc., which is an organization that has empowered over 3,000 young women throughout the state of New Jersey. So we're so proud of her. She's really, more than anything else, a community activist, really. That's what she's all about. So, you know, she's going to continue in that tradition here by being an advocate for so many important issues. We're ready to work with her, and we're so glad that she's here today, starting out even as we end this session, because she's going to get a jump in all her activities. And she's just such a nice person. Thank you. Thank you all. I yield back to my colleague.
Again, congratulations, LaMonica, and I yield back down to the time. Good job, Frank.
Does the gentleman yield to the new member? The gentleman yields to the gentlelady from New Jersey.
I now yield to our youngest woman member of Congress, LaMonica MacGyver.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, to my great colleagues of the New Jersey delegation, to Congressman Pallone, thank you, and to Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. I am deeply humbled and honored that the people of New Jersey's 10th Congressional District have put their faith in me to give them a bold voice in the United States House of Representatives. I would like to recognize my mom, my dad, sisters, husband, my bright 8-year-old daughter, and friends and extended family. Thank you so much for traveling here from New Jersey to be with me. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to those who have provided mentorship and guidance throughout my career. A few of those folks are here today, like my New Jersey State Chairman, Leroy Jones, who's here watching tonight. Tonight, I walk in the footsteps of those who have came before me. The city of Newark, my lifelong home, has produced fierce, unyielding leaders who have dedicated their lives and careers to the pursuit of justice. My predecessor, Congressman Donald M. Payne, Jr., embodied the vibrant spirit of our city and the people he faithfully served. He was an example to many of us. As I stand before you tonight, I pay tribute to him and both deeply feel and will always miss his presence and his leadership. While I walk in the footsteps of those who came before me, it is my hope to blaze new trails together on the march toward fully realizing the promise of our great American nation. I would like to personally thank my mayor, Raj J. Baraka, who introduced me to politics at the age of 10. It is fitting that he is here tonight with us. It was in those years that I saw up close how government at all levels could impact daily life in our communities, how even small changes have the ability to add up to transformational progress. I later had the opportunity and privilege to serve my city as a member of council and as council president. And as I stand here tonight, I am filled with more optimism than ever before that we can accomplish so much together, that we can find common ground, that we can disagree while nurturing our democracy, that we can bring the voices of our beautiful, diverse communities together, that we can protect and strengthen the freedoms and opportunities that make America, America. I cannot be more proud and grateful that the people of New Jersey's 10th Congressional District have entrusted me to carry forward their will in this House. To all of you, I say thank you again. God bless the 10th District and God bless America. I yield back my time.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, the whole number of the House is now 432. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8958 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8958, a bill to reauthorize the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? The members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 366, the nays are 21. Two-thirds of one entry present. Two-thirds been in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from American Samoa, Ms. Rattlewagon, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 3764. On which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 3764, an act to extend and authorize annual appropriations for the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom through fiscal year 2026.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic devices. This is a 5-minute vote. 1 minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 365, the nays are 20, 2/3 being affirmed. The rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 127 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
It's Concurrent Resolution 127, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall and the Capitol Visitor Center for the unveiling of a statue of Martha Hughes Cannon.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 8057.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8057, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 9317 Bolsa Avenue in Westminster, California, as the Little Saigon Vietnam War Veterans Memorial Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield to the gentlelady from California as much time as she needs.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge passage of H.R. 8057, my legislation to designate the U.S. Post Office in Westminster as a Little Saigon Vietnam War Veterans Post Office. This recognition honors our nation's heroes who sacrificed everything to serve our country in Vietnam. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. Millions of Americans served in our armed forces during the Vietnam War, and 58,000 American soldiers tragically lost their lives. It would also be deeply meaningful to the vibrant Vietnamese American community I represent in Orange County. They reside in an area known as Little Saigon, a community which adds great value to our region. The Vietnamese American community is deeply patriotic, committed to American ideals of freedom and opportunity. Many of my constituents sought refuge in our great country in the wake of the communist takeover in Vietnam. They suffered through grave conditions to make it here, going on to have children and grandchildren who are growing up in the United States. This tribute would serve as a permanent reminder of our commitment to those who served. It also will stand as a beacon of hope to freedom-seeking people in Vietnam and across the globe. I am so proud to represent and fight for Vietnamese American community. I love representing this patriotic community in Congress. I thank committee and House leadership for working with me to advance this legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves the balance of his time. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Congresswoman Steele's bill and on behalf of Ranking Member Raskin. This bill would name a post office in Orange County, California, known as Little Saigon, in honor of the veterans of the Vietnam War. This is truly a symbolic act. Little Saigon is a home to an estimated 140,000 members of the Vietnamese community, one of the largest and most vibrant Vietnamese communities outside of Vietnam and in the United States. Many of its residents came here to the U.S. during the Vietnam War to build a better life for themselves. The Vietnam War has left an indelible mark on our country and the servicemen and women who served there. 58,000 soldiers lost their lives during the war, and many more came home bearing the physical and emotional seen and unseen scars of the war. Their sacrifices shall never be forgotten. It is especially fitting that Representative Steele's bill honors veterans of a war that so many fled to come to America. We say thank you for her courage and for bringing this bill forward, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves the balance for time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers, and I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 8057, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance for time. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill, remembering the sacrifices of Vietnamese Americans during the Vietnam War. And I certainly want to thank the sponsor of the bill, Ms. Steele from California, for her great work on getting this bill through the House. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? H.R. 8057. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing. Sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the House Rule, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7630, the Anchor Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7630, a bill to require a plan to improve the cybersecurity and telecommunications of the U.S. academic research fleet and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Loughran, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 7630, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be here in support of the Anchor Act, sponsored by my friend, Mr. Garcia of California. The Anchor Act establishes the crucial need for better cybersecurity in the U.S. academic research fleet. This fleet of 18 vessels operates in the oceans, the Great Lakes, and the polar regions, where they conduct crucial research on our marine environments. They're studying ecosystems and food webs, offshore energy resources, and how we can better forecast and respond to hazards like earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. Much of what we know about the ocean, from the wave dynamics to the deepest trenches, is thanks to research done aboard one of these vessels. We operate a wide range of specialized equipment. They do, I should say, including deep towing cameras, state-of-the-art acoustic sensors, and seafloor mapping systems. They do all this all over the globe, often sailing to remote locations far from land. This creates a unique challenge because the fleet needs secure and reliable communications and data transmissions, and whether they're just off the coast of California or in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. That means that each individual vessel needs a specialized infrastructure that protects their scientific equipment and ensures the security of their data, both on board and in transmission. They need this level of security, but they don't have it. This bill will change that. The Anchor Act directs the National Science Foundation to submit a plan for much-needed upgrades to our academic research fleet to improve cybersecurity and modernize telecom equipment. We're directing the NSF to take into account the types of research done on each vessel, where they operate, their specialized equipment, and the necessary bandwidth for communication. This plan is necessary to protect the taxpayer-funded research that's being performed by our academic research fleet. My fellow representatives have often heard me talk about the threat to our research and intellectual property from the Chinese Communist Party. We've taken strong steps to protect research done at our federal agencies and in partnership with academic institutions. Now we must take the next step and secure the research being done off our coast. I appreciate Representative Garcia's work on this issue and his commitment to strengthen our research enterprise and give it the protection it deserves. I urge my colleagues to vote for this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
From Oklahoma reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Anchor Act and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The U.S. academic research fleet is made up of an impressive array of marine research assets consisting of large and small oceanographic vessels, sophisticated submersibles, and high-tech autonomous vehicles. More impressive is the invaluable research conducted by this fleet. It supports critical ocean environmental science that leads to a deeper understanding of our Earth systems, improved and continuous assessments of our nation's marine natural resources, and serves national security interests as well. This diverse fleet is managed and operated by a diverse group. That includes NSF, the Office of Naval Research, Federal Research Labs, U.S. universities. These various entities bring with them assorted cyber infrastructure and networking challenges and vulnerabilities as well. This technological struggle has had real detrimental impacts, and it's hindered the production of needed scientific outputs and has placed important, expensive projects at risk. This legislation directs NSF to collaborate with other appropriate agencies and ARF operators on the creation of a networking and cybersecurity improvement plan that could address these challenges by assessing equipment and personnel costs and time requirements for upgrading the fleet and developing a proposal for funding these upgrades. The Senate companion to this bill, led by California's own Senator Padilla and Sullivan, recently passed out of the Senate Commerce Committee. So we have a real opportunity to get this bill passed and begin the process of closing this unfortunate gap so that the science gets done. I want to thank the bill's sponsors, Mr. Garcia and Ms. Stevens, for their work on the Anchor Act, and I want to thank the chairman for his continuing bipartisanship on the committee. We have made tremendous progress this year. I urge everyone to join me in supporting the act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California. Mr. Garcia to speak on his bill.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support, and I want to thank Chairman Lucas and the committee staff for their support as well of H.R. 7630, the Anchor Act, which protects our scientific infrastructure from CCP espionage. I also want to thank my colleague from across the aisle, Ms. Stevens, for her support and co-sponsoring this bill as well. As I said during the markup of this very important piece of legislation, the U.S. is the proud home to some of the best minds of the world, minds that keep our nation on the cutting edge of scientific research, driving our national security, our economy, our health care, and so much more. But those advantages would immediately disappear if we allow lapses in our research security to occur. The NSF currently owns 17 ships that make up the academic research fleet. This fleet enables scientists across the nation to conduct complex research on the ocean, the seafloor, the Great Lakes, remote polar regions, and throughout our nation's borders, maritime regions. Unfortunately, this fleet is also aging and has become susceptible to cyber espionage from the CCP. According to the Wall Street Journal in 2019, the fleet was the largest target to more than 24 cybersecurity attacks by the CCP as part of an elaborate scheme to steal research about maritime technology being developed for military use. Following these attacks, Mr. Speaker, the NSF ordered an independent advisory group to provide recommendations for strengthening the cybersecurity capabilities of the academic research fleet. The Anchor Act implements these recommendations to protect the fleet and is the tool that the taxpayers will fund to research, to make sure that the research they conduct is secure and protected. We can't afford to wait, and we can't let China continue to rob us of precious American innovations paid for by our constituents. And I want to thank Chairman Lucas again for his support of my bill, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close once the gentlelady from California closes.
I also have no requests for time, so I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from California yields back the balance for time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Yield myself as much time as I have remaining to close to simply say thank you, Congressman Garcia. Thank you, Congressman Stevens. Thank you, my colleague, the ranking member from California. This is a good piece of legislation. Let's vote for it. Yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7630? Those in favor say aye, as amended. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7073, the Next Generation Pipelines Research and Development Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7073, a bill to improve public-private partnerships and increase federal research, development, and demonstration related to the evolution of next-generation pipeline systems and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Loughran, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, Ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material into the record on the bill now under consideration, including exchange of letters with the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 7073, the Next Generation of Pipelines Research and Development Act, which I'm proud to co-sponsor. The United States pipeline network consists of nearly 2.8 million miles of pipeline, enough to wrap around the world at the equator more than 112 times. Yet 50% of the nation's pipeline system is more than 60 years old, and the Department of Energy estimates that as many as 96,000 miles of new pipeline will be needed to handle carbon dioxide capture from power plants and directly from the air. As the representative of Cushing, Oklahoma, the pipeline crossroads of the world, I see firsthand the importance of pipeline infrastructure, not just for our energy security, but for economic growth in America. This infrastructure that must be maintained now and well into the future. A new and modern emphasis on science collaboration, as well as increased industry involvement and public-private demonstration projects, will be required to meet our future energy demands and ensure the continued safety and efficient use of our pipelines. Not only do pipelines carry the oil and natural gas that currently fuel our economy, but they're also critical in transporting the next generation fuels like hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and methane. H.R. 7073 enables that by invigorating federal research focused on improving pipeline safety and technology. The bill establishes a demonstration initiative to advance research undertaken by DOE and the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. It will also help lab-scale basic research overcome the valley of death through commercial development. It also establishes a National Pipeline Modernization Center as a central location for industry and stakeholders to collaborate with federal agencies on pipeline research and development and enable new cost-effective products and procedures. Simply put, 7073 is necessary for the continued growth of the American energy industry. It will strengthen pipeline infrastructure networks that will be essential to achieving our shared energy, economic, security, and environmental goals. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of the Next Generation Pipeline Research and Development Act. As has been mentioned, a majority of the nation's pipeline system is more than 60 years old. With this magnitude of aging pipelines operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it's inevitable that without new inspection and leak detection technologies, catastrophic defects and anomalies will occur more frequently. Too often, we're confronted with news of pipeline failures that cause mass casualties, environmental disasters, damaged property, service interruptions for thousands. There's much that industry can do to secure their assets while contributing to the development of next-gen pipelines. H.R. 773 seeks to prevent future infrastructure failure and improve pipeline safety and technology through innovation. This bill will improve the work of the DOE and the Department of Transportation's Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration by establishing a demonstration initiative that will help lab-scale basic research overcome the valley of death and achieve commercial deployment. DOE, DOT, and NIST will also be empowered to work together in a joint pipeline research program. And finally, it directs DOE to establish a National Pipeline Modernization Center, a place for industry and federal agencies to collaborate on pipeline research and development. What we have in front of us is much needed harm reduction legislation. And I want to extend my congratulations to Mr. Weber and to Dr. Carveo, my appreciation for their hard work on this legislation. It's a good bill. I support it. I encourage others as well to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, to speak on his bill.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 7073, the Next Generation Pipelines Research and Development Act. You know, I introduced this important piece of legislation earlier this year to direct the Department of Energy toward a new and more modern approach to pipeline research and development. The chairman talked about over 2 million something miles of pipelines in the United States. Well, I'm from the great state of Texas, which has over 500,000 miles of gas and liquid pipelines. So that's about a fourth of the whole pipelines in the United States if my high school math is holding up. This creates $374 billion with the B dollars in total economic output for my state. That's because pipelines deliver oil and gas safely, reliably, efficiently. However, as the chairman mentioned, half of all U.S. pipelines are over 60 years old. So we can expect defects and anomalies to occur more often. It's just a fact of the wear and tear they're under. Imagine driving a car that was over 60 years old and yet it had never been tended to. Unbelievable. Now, that's not to say that pipelines are dangerous, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the truth is quite the opposite. As pipelines safely deliver oil and gas without incident, check these numbers out, 24/7, 99.99% of the time. That's a pretty good safety record, Mr. Speaker. As new energy sources emerge, like hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and methane, we can expect pipelines to be the primary source of transportation to American energy independence into the future. H.R. 7073 encourages new public-private projects in maintenance of our current pipeline infrastructure and in supporting next-generation systems. Through the technological innovation directed by this legislation, the American energy sector will actually see a strengthened focus on material behavior, on leak detection capabilities, as well as multi-fuel transportation. The Next Generation Pipeline R&D Act also brings together industry stakeholders. It brings together academia and federal agencies to collaborate and coordinate on vital pipeline research needs. It ensures that the Department of Energy focuses on basic research that is actually too low on the technological readiness level for industry to conduct. At the same time, this bill enables industry to be involved and ready to run with the innovation that does come from that kind of research. Lastly, this bill codifies and up-to-dates a multi-agency research agent that includes the Department of Energy, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and the Department of Transportation. This language updates and builds upon the original Memorandum of Understanding that was put in place way back in 2004. H.R. 73 is a good government bill with bipartisan support, as you've heard here tonight. It strengthens U.S. leadership in oil and natural gas research and actually provides a good return on investment for the American taxpayer. I'd like to thank Representatives Carvalho and Overnolte, as well as Chairman Lucas and our ranking member across the aisle for co-sponsoring and being great workers on this bill. I urge all of my colleagues to support it. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves the balance of his time. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are fortunate indeed to have Dr. Carvalho as a member of our House with her keen intellect and her pragmatic approach to solving America's problems. So I would like to yield to Dr. Carvalho such time as she may consume.
Well, thank you,
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. Mr. Speaker, in Colorado, we know how critical pipelines are, whether they are for carrying different types of energy sources or even delivering water to communities from places that are miles away. In fact, according to the Office of Pipeline Safety, there are more than 45,000 miles of pipeline in Colorado. As one of the leading energy producers in the country, my district is home to miles of oil and hazardous liquid lines and natural gas transmission lines. However, we are also no stranger to experiencing accidents like a leak or break. We need to be doing what we can to ensure this important piece of our energy infrastructure remains safe and effective for years to come. That is why I am proud to lead the Next Generation Pipeline Research and Development Act with Representative Weber, which would invest in R&D for our aging pipeline infrastructure while also leveraging public-private partnerships to do so. This bipartisan effort will be a win for keeping our environment clean while maintaining one of the primary conduits for bringing energy to Coloradans. One of the biggest issues in my district right now is that our pipelines are getting older, particularly those used to transport natural gas, and that makes them more prone to leak. The most prevalent leak we see is methane, which is a more potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. Just one leak can be damaging to the environment, so we need to be making these investments now to secure our pipeline infrastructure. This will also be important as we begin to use pipelines not just for traditional energy sources like natural gas, but for newer sources like hydrogen. The future of our energy grid will rely on a mix of different fuels, and securing our pipeline infrastructure is vital to that future. Before I close, I wanted to highlight how this bill will help those of us living in the West. As drought continues to affect places like Colorado, water sources are becoming more important to access, especially to keep up with growth. There are plenty of cities in Colorado, including in my district, that rely on pipelines to bring water to consumers, and there is no sign of this stopping. We need to ensure these pipelines are maintained with up-to-date technology, and this bill will make certain of that. I would like to again thank Representative Weber for working with me on this bill and for the leadership both Chairman Lucas and Ranking Member Lofgren have shown on the Science Committee. With that, I would urge my colleagues to support this effort, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from California reserves the balance of her time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close once the gentlelady from California closes.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just urge that we support and enact this good bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Yields myself as much time as I might consume. I want to thank my Science Committee colleagues, Mr. Weber and Ms. Carveo, for leading this bipartisan effort. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7073 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Oklahoma requests the yeas and the nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7685, the Impact Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7685, a bill to strengthen and enhance the competitiveness of American industry through the research and development of advanced technologies to improve the efficiency of cement, concrete, and asphalt production, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material in H.R. 7685, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7685, the Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies, the Impact Act. Today, much of the world is relying on cement and concrete produced in China, which has the world's largest cement industry. It should go without saying that that's deeply troubling at a time at the whims of the Chinese Communist Party when it comes to materials that are critical to our national defense and economic security. But besides that, this dependency comes with severe negative environmental impacts. China's greenhouse gas emissions exceed all of the developed nations in the world combined. In fact, the U.S. industrial manufacturing is nearly 28% cleaner than our competitors, including China. So if we want a cleaner, healthier environment on the top of the global security issues, the U.S. leadership in this industry is an absolute must. The Impact Act ensures that leadership in the cement, concrete, and asphalt industry. It will increase the competitiveness of the United States while also achieving significant reductions in emissions from manufacturing processes. Specifically, this bill supports the research and development of innovative technologies, primarily at the Department of Energy. It builds off of the cross-cutting industrial emissions reduction technology development program established by the Energy Act of 2020 and provides specific direction for the development of advanced tools, technology, and methods excuse me, related to cement, concrete, and asphalt production. Concrete is the second most widely used material in the world, only behind, I should say, water. The demand isn't going to decrease over any time soon, so it's essential we direct the best scientific resources of the federal government to help manufacturers meet our environmental goals without reducing the concrete supply that keeps our economy growing. The Impact Act positions our country to rise to that challenge and becomes a resource for the entire globe. I want to thank my Science Committee colleagues, Mr. Miller and Ms. Foshee, for co-sponsoring this bill and working in a bipartisan fashion. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Serves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I want to rise in support of the Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, otherwise known as the Impact Act. Mr. Speaker, at the Science Committee, we look to address problems beyond the conventional approaches, and we take a broad, long-term perspective. For example, we look for greenhouse gas emissions beyond the smokestack and tailpipe in order to have a holistic image of the climate change challenge that we face. The bill before us today seeks to address an often overlooked contributor to carbon dioxide emissions. Now, globally, cement facilities account for 8% of anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions, which is about the same amount as 1/3 of all power plant emissions, really a stunning source of this pollution. The projected demand for cement is expected to increase substantially. Now, to address the challenge, there's a need for federal investment in next-generation cement, concrete, and asphalt emission reduction technologies. The Impact Act establishes a dedicated program and directs DOE to develop tools, technologies, and methods for the manufacture of low-emission cement, concrete, and asphalt using both advanced and currently commercially available production processes. It also authorizes DOE to provide technical assistance to eligible entities in order to increase the efficiency of current production processes, active engagement that will help the industry adapt and innovate. Now, in order to carry out this ambitious mission, the Secretary is directed to focus on a range of key technology areas, including carbon capture, resource efficiency, and high-performance computing. This is actually an exciting bill, and it has the potential to strengthen and enhance the competitiveness of American manufacturing while at the same time reducing a major greenhouse gas contributor. I want to thank Representative Miller and Representative Foshee on their impressive legislation. I hope that all of us will support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller, to speak on his bill.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7685, the Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, or more simply, the Impact Act. I introduced this bill with my Science Committee colleague, Ms. Foushee, because we understand that the production of cement, concrete, and asphalt play a fundamental role in supporting the United States infrastructure, national defense, and economic security. The cement and concrete industry contributes over $100 billion to the United States economy and employs over 600,000 people. In Ohio alone, this industry accounts for 18,000 related employees with a payroll over $900 million. But it's no secret that the processes behind these products are extremely difficult to decarbonize and that American cement and concrete manufacturers must compete in a market that increasingly values lower carbon products. The leading companies and associations of this industry have committed to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050 and have made impressive progress thus far, reducing its carbon footprint by 21% since 2014. But more progress can be made, and with projected demand for cement expected to increase 12% by 2050, utilizing the best scientific resources of the federal government will help manufacturers further reduce emissions of the products essential to our economy and civilization. The Impact Act will support these resources while strengthening and enhancing the competitiveness of American manufacturing through advanced technologies that can be exported around the globe. We want to see cement, concrete, and asphalt production continue to rise and help grow our country. That is critical to our economic well-being. And we all want to see this growth go hand in hand with environmental stewardship, leaving our air and water just as pristine for the next generation. The Impact Act builds on previous industrial decarbonization efforts by focusing specifically on cement, concrete, and asphalt. It enables industry and the Department of Energy to work collaboratively on fundamental research that will enhance existing production methods and unlock new innovative techniques. This will ensure the world-class tools and technologies at DOE are being used by the very taxpayers who funded them. It also enables DOE, in consultation with other federal agencies, to offer technical assistance to entities seeking to promote the commercial application of low-emission cement, concrete, and asphalt. This ensures that industry can continue their cutting-edge research unencumbered, but if they do hit a roadblock, there are subject matter experts available to assist them. This bill is the perfect example of how the federal government can advance tangible environmental goals for construction material production without sacrificing material performance or, more importantly, economic growth that benefits every citizen. I want to thank my colleague from North Carolina for co-sponsoring this bill and working in a bipartisan fashion to get it here today. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma's reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are fortunate that Representative Foushee is a member of this body and a member of the Science Committee. She is a new member to Congress, but she is an experienced legislator, and I think that background allows her to successfully craft complex but practical and important legislation. I would like to yield to her such time as she may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lofgren. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7685, the Bipartisan Innovative Mitigation Partnerships for Asphalt and Concrete Technologies Act, or the Impact Act, which will boost the competitiveness of American manufacturing through innovation and development of technologies to decarbonize and improve the efficiency of cement, concrete, and asphalt production. The climate crisis is one of the most pressing issues of our lifetime, and it is critical that we continue to take significant strides to reduce harmful greenhouse gas emissions across all sectors. Globally, we know that concrete accounts for 8% of all carbon emissions, but we can reduce pollution in the cement and concrete production process right now by creating new innovation and manufacturing opportunities here at home that can take the place of aging processes based on fossil fuels. This bill marks a critical step forward to innovate and decarbonize America's concrete and asphalt sectors and will enable partnerships between industry, innovators, and the U.S. government to enhance existing production methods, unlock new and innovative techniques, and offer technical assistance to entities seeking to promote the application of low-emission cement, concrete, and asphalt. The United States is leading the way into the 21st century, where we know that our nation is poised to play a critical role in reducing industrial emissions through modernizing our manufacturing processes and implementing clean technology strategies. This can be seen in my own district, North Carolina's 4th, where local startup Biomason is helping lead the way in advancing low-carbon concrete and asphalt production. And just earlier this year, I was proud to join the first ever White House Concrete Innovation Summit with innovators, researchers, startups, industry, and leaders from across the country to further build consensus on our path forward for a more sustainable future. As we consider the future of American R&D, we must prioritize investments and advancement in materials, science, and manufacturing by fostering and building out an innovation pipeline that creates good-paying, clean American jobs and enhances our competitiveness on the world stage. And this bill does just that. This bill will also help to achieve measurable and meaningful greenhouse gas emissions reductions, improve public health, and modernize the current manufacturing processes of sustainable building materials that are essential for our nation's infrastructure. I am glad to join Representative Max Miller in sponsoring the Impact Act, which passed through the House Science Committee unanimously, and I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, which will prioritize innovation in clean manufacturing and production to improve public health and protect our planet. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yield back.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have no further requests, so I'd be happy to urge all of the members to vote for the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further request, and I would simply note this is a good bill. Let's vote for it. Yield back.
All right, the gentleman yields back. Questions: will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7685 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1735, the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1735, a bill to coordinate federal research and development efforts focused on modernizing mathematics and STEM education through mathematical and statistical modeling, including data-driven and computational thinking, problem, project, and performance-based learning and assessment, interdisciplinary exploration, and career connections, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extemporaneous material on H.R. 1735, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to support H.R. 1735, the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act, sponsored by my colleagues, Representative Houlihan and Baird. Anyone who pays attention to the economy knows that the importance of STEM education. The Bureau of Labor Statistics predicts that our need for STEM jobs will increase by nearly 11% by 2032. To fill those jobs and ensure that we have a highly productive workforce, we need to focus on STEM education in our schools. We need to be sure that we're providing a useful STEM education. We know that many STEM jobs require data-driven decision-making, but we're not providing a grounding in that skill in our schools. To this end, H.R. 1735 modernizes our mathematics curriculum by providing competitive grants to support education in mathematical and statistical modeling. As someone trained in agricultural economics, I understand the value of conducting mathematical and statistical analysis. A solid grounding in these fields helps us predict crop yields, identifies the effects of changes in temperatures and water levels, and models commodity markets. And those are just examples from a single industry. The skills are crucial to a wide variety of professions and help inform computational and data-driven thinking. Statistical analysis underpins everything from developing artificial intelligence to improving advanced manufacturing. This bill will allow us to better teach these critical skills through R&D into new curricula and teaching methods. It will also direct the national academies to conduct a study that will identify best practices for mathematical and statistical modeling education. I'd like to thank Representative Houlihan and Baird for their work on this issue over the past several years. This is smart legislation that supports our students and our economy. I urge my colleagues to pass it today, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
This bill is an important one, called the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act, of course represented by two really impressive members of Congress, Ms. Houlihan and Dr. Baird. This bill would direct the National Science Foundation to invest in K-12 education research and development with a focus on mathematical modeling. Now, this bill would help modernize STEM education by supporting the creation of advanced curricula that cover mathematical and statistical modeling, including computational and data-driven thinking. Now, this is the kind of education our students deserve and what they need for today's society and its technological and data-driven demands. The members and the staff have worked really hard to accommodate many desired changes to this bill, and I believe it's in a state now that should satisfy just about everyone. It has support from the premier educational, statistical, and mathematics organizations in the United States, and the Senate companion bill is in a similar good place. So it's time for this bill to become law. This is an important bill that will better prepare our students for careers in STEM, and I hope all of us will join together and support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Baird, to speak on his bill.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding this time. And I want to thank Congresswoman Houlihan for your dedication for improving this STEM education and for being a great partner to work with on advancing this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, the Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act provides a much-needed solution to improving the quality of STEM education in America. This bill will advance mathematical instruction in our classrooms by incorporating modern tools and context with data and computational studies. Mathematical modeling is taught today, but on a limited basis. Even so, mathematical modeling is the foundation for the important work of our nation when it comes to research, development, and ultimately technological innovation. While the bill directs the National Science Foundation to grant awards to our institutions of higher education, the bill does not award any new funding. We must work with the resources we already have. As an animal scientist, I understand the life-changing effects proper mathematical modeling can have on our livestock, our food, and ultimately our nation's well-being. That is why I'm proud to co-lead this bipartisan legislation to ensure that the United States continues to dominate in STEM education. And I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes for this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so pleased to serve in the Congress with Congresswoman Houlihan, who has such a spectacular background as in science. She's an engineer, a former business executive, former teacher, former nonprofit executive, an Air Force vet. She's got it all. and working with Dr. Baird, she put together this bill that is so important, and I would like to yield to her as much time as she would like to consume.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member Lofgren in yielding me the time to speak on behalf of my bill, H.R. 1735. And thank you so much to my colleague, Representative Baird, for his tireless efforts to help us get this across the finish line. It is past time that America's K-12 students enter the 21st century. And this Mathematical and Statistical Modeling Education Act is a bipartisan bill that will help with that, and will direct $10 million in funding, importantly, funding that's already appropriated to the National Science Foundation toward grant programs, and it will support the modernization of mathematical and statistical modeling education across this fine nation. As someone who is educated as a systems engineer with both undergraduate and graduate degrees which focused on things like operations research and linear programming and statistical modeling, I've had the privilege of using all of these kinds of maths all during my career and life. And also as a former chemistry teacher, high school chemistry teacher, I had the privilege and disfortunate sometimes to see firsthand that many of my students struggled because they lacked the basic foundations in math that are necessary to succeed in the sciences and, frankly, to succeed in our economy. These math skills form the basis of all the STEM disciplines, and importantly, they also form the basis of critical thinking and problem solving as well. Without them, students struggle to keep up, let alone to get ahead, not just in math and science, but ultimately in our competitive workplace and world. The National Assessment on Educational Progress, which is colloquially known as the nation's report card, has shown that this is a national challenge. The most recent assessment registered the very largest declines in math scores since we first started assessing them in 1990. The scores of our average fourth graders were down 5 points. Worse, the average score of our 8th graders recorded an 8-point lower assessment than the last time. As our students are continuing to recover from the pandemic, now particularly is a very good time to focus on a renewed and modified investment in math and STEM education and skills. If our students can't get ahead in school, how will they get ahead with the STEM workforce as engineers, as chemists, as nurses, as doctors, and so much more? And as importantly, how will those who do not pursue STEM fields succeed where these same kinds of skills are very, very useful in things such as the trades or manufacturing or any other job in industry? Thankfully, schools across the country are already developing new tools and curricula to better connect students and help them learn these challenging topics. It is crucial, though, that the federal government deliver its financial support to schools that are already leading this effort and that want to in the future. My colleagues also supported an amendment to the bill ensuring that this funding is broadly available so that students can benefit from it no matter what kind of school they go to. Their adjustment made sure that schools, which are private, faith-based, or homeschools, also have access to this funding. I also want to highlight that this funding is all drawn from funds that are already appropriated to the National Science Foundation. This legislation does not represent any new funding authorizations or authorities. It is simply ensuring that the NSF is able to spend the money it already receives to bolster innovation in this very important area. This bill will go a long way towards providing our very youngest people the skills that they need to succeed in today's marketplace. It passed with a strong bipartisan majority in the 117th Congress and was passed unanimously out of Committee on Science, Space, and Technology last year in this Congress as well. I want to once again thank my Republican colleague, Mr. Baird, for his work on this legislation, and I want to also extend my deep appreciation to the SST staff and committee who have helped to shepherd this legislation through today. Thank you. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this very common sense bipartisan measure. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania yields back. Gentlelady from California reserves.
I have no additional requests for speaking, so I would just like to say once again thanks to the Congresswoman and thanks to Dr. Baird, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a great run here in the Science Committee and this evening with these terrific bills, which I urge all members to support, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers and yield myself as much time as I would consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I encourage my colleagues to vote for this awesome bill, worked on in a very productive fashion by our colleagues. And I would note to the ranking member, we've had a very productive session in the 118th. I thought under the previous committee leadership, the two previous sessions, it would be hard to beat, but we've accomplished a lot, and we've laid the groundwork for whatever remains of the 118th to tie up a whole bunch of loose ends. That's a testament to you and your staff, and I think to my staff and my colleagues on my side of the room. And the issues we work on, as you and I have discussed many times, are not just today, tomorrow. It's 50 years, it's 150 years, it's 500 years from now, the net effect. So thank you. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1735 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7764 to establish a commission to study the potential transfer of the Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution and for other purposes as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 578, H.R. 7764, a bill to establish a commission to study the potential transfer of the Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule of the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on Bill H.R. 7764.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, pervasive anti-Israel bias has infected our country. Anti-Semitism is on the rise and threatens the safety of all communities and institutions. Let me be clear. Anti-Semitism has no place in America. Israel is in a fight for its very existence from the terrorist threat of Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. I strongly support our ally Israel and our Jewish friends. In the Middle East, our friends in Israel need our support. The Anti-Defamation League has cited nearly 8,900 anti-Semitic incidents in the United States that occurred last year. Now more than ever, we must ensure that as Americans, as many as possible, that we're informing Americans about the many contributions of Jewish Americans and their history. Today, the House can pass H.R. 7764, the commission to study the potential transfer of the Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution Act. The legislation creates a commission to study the transferring of the Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution. This legislation establishes logistical details to make this transfer a reality, including a fundraising plan. The bill could not be more important than right now. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7764, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7764 as amended. And I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, my friend, Chairman of the Committee on House Administration, Mr. Stile, for his great work and the work of the staff. This bipartisan bill will establish a commission to study the potential transfer of Philadelphia's Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution. Since 1654, when Jews first sought refuge from persecution in the New World, Jewish Americans have contributed to our nation in countless ways. They've served at the highest levels of government, won Nobel Prizes, created enduring works of art and literature, and stood at the forefront of nearly every struggle for civil rights and equality in this country. That legacy extends to my own district in Rochester, New York, where Jewish Americans have been a vital part of our community since before the Civil War. In the mid-19th century, they built our first synagogue. When the financial crisis of 1857 threatened to devastate Rochester's economy, the Jewish American garment industry employed scores of residents and helped keep our city afloat. Today, from the towns of Brighton and Pittsford to Irondequoit in the city of Rochester, Jewish Americans remain an irreplaceable part of our daily lives. So it pains me to see that anti-Semitism in the United States has surged to what the FBI director has described as historic levels. This hatred has been fueled by the villainization of Jewish Americans after the October 7th terrorist attacks, as well as the alarming growth of racism, extremism, and white supremacy across the nation. One of the most troubling aspects of this trend is the rise of anti-Semitism among younger generations. For the first time since the Anti-Defamation League began its comprehensive study on anti-Semitism in 1964, these attitudes are now more prevalent among younger people than among older generations. The ADL also found that 73% of Jewish college students have experienced or witnessed anti-Semitism since the beginning of the 2023-2024 school year, and that the number of students who feel comfortable with others knowing that they are Jewish has nearly been cut in half since the October 7th attack. We must do more to show the invaluable role Jewish Americans have played in our national story, and to inoculate people, some of whom are probably well-intentioned, against anti-Semitic stereotypes and online conspiracy theories. For these reasons and more, now is the time for the Smithsonian to explore adding an American Jewish History Museum to its roster. As the nation's preeminent institution dedicated to American Jewish history, the Weitzman Museum should be seriously considered as a turnkey, cost-effective option. An exhibit at the Weitzman Museum showcases a 1790 letter from President George Washington to a Rhode Island synagogue in which he became the first leader of a modern nation to recognize Jews as full citizens. We still have work to do to fully honor the spirit of President Washington's words. I can think of few better ways to make progress than by bringing the Weitzman Museum of Jewish American History under the Smithsonian umbrella. This bill is an important first step, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to now yield 3 minutes to the author of the bill, Ms. Wasserman Schultz from the great state of Florida.
The gentlelady from the great state of Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding and for his strong support of this legislation and your poignant and important words. And thank you for taking the time to go into some detail about the experience of your own Jewish community in your congressional district. And I do rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 7764, to establish a commission to study the potential transfer of the Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History to the Smithsonian Institution. Thank you also to Representatives Turner, Boyle, and Max Miller for joining me in leading this bill, and of course to Chairman Stile and the ranking member for prioritizing it and getting it through unanimously in the Committee on House Administration. Last year, ADL tracked a 140% increase in anti-Semitic incidents from the previous year, resulting in a record high since ADL began tracking these instances of hate almost 50 years ago. According to the American Jewish Committee, nearly 2/3 of American Jews feels less secure in the U.S. than they did a year ago. To combat this rising hate, President Biden and Vice President Harris developed our country's first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. The strategy notes that we cannot address the root causes of anti-Semitism without awareness and education. With anti-Semitism skyrocketing, acknowledging the past and acting to build a better tomorrow is more critical than ever. It will take a whole of society effort to do this, and folding the Weitzman National Museum of American Jewish History into the Smithsonian is one step toward that goal. We must uplift Jewish stories and raise awareness of the contributions of Jewish Americans throughout our nation's history, which the Weitzman does every day. Taking this critical step to welcome the Weitzman Museum into the larger Smithsonian family would help us share those achievements with Americans from all over the country, as its mission is to educate visitors and online audiences about who Jews are and how they contributed to our country. The museum develops critical in-person and online educational programming, provides professional development for educators, and produces award-winning special and traveling exhibits. However, its ability to reach a national audience is limited, which is why the best way to amplify its resources is to incorporate it into the Smithsonian Institution. This powerful institutional integration signals a strong commitment to address the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism. It does that by helping amplify the myriad ways Jewish Americans enrich our nation. We need all Americans alike to learn about all the remarkable Jews who served in our government, the military, or who won Nobel Prizes, led universities, and made life-saving medical discoveries our nation counts on. The Jewish community's commitment to Tikkun Olam, a commitment to repair the world, is clear across so many generations of Americans. Bringing the Weizmann Museum of American Jewish History into the Smithsonian alongside the African American, Native American, and other pending cultural museums is fitting and essential. We must shine a light on it to support Jewish Americans and respond to skyrocketing hate. Thank you again to my colleagues for their support, and I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady is back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, my friend, Ms. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my good friend, the Ranking Member Morelli. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7764, and I want to recognize my dear friend, Representative Wasserman Schultz, for her leadership on this effort. Mr. Speaker, the National Museum of American Jewish History tells the story of American Jews and their myriad contributions to every facet of American life, from science and medicine to education and technology to music, theater, philanthropy, civil rights, and the pursuit of justice. Jewish citizens were critical to building the textile industry in my hometown of Greensboro, North Carolina, and have contributed to so many other facets of our life, from civil rights to the arts, healthcare, and so much more. American Jews have worked hard to build our great country. Their story is the American story. Today, we face a frightening rise in anti-Semitism. The FBI's 2023 hate crime statistics show that Jews are the victims of 68% of religiously motivated hate crimes, despite being just 2% of the population. History has taught us that when hatred against Jews is allowed to fester, it frequently grows to threaten other minority groups and undermines the foundations of our democracy. In the fight against hate and intolerance, education is one of the best tools we have. That is why the first ever U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism emphasizes the importance of broadening appreciation of Jewish American heritage. The Weizmann Museum does just that, showcasing important artifacts and stories from the first arrival of Jews to the colonies in 1654 all the way to the present day. Transferring this museum to the Smithsonian umbrella is the right and fitting thing to do, and that's why 36 Jewish groups, including the ADL, AJC, and the Jewish Federations of North America, support this bill. This bill marks the first step toward achieving national-level commitment to increasing awareness, understanding, and education about American Jewish history. I support this bill and encourage all my colleagues to join me in doing the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from North Carolina that we're going to miss yields back, and the gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from Wisconsin recognized.
I reserve and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all the eloquent comments made by all the members who spoke on the bill. This is vitally important, and I think it bears repeating that having opportunities for people to understand, to learn about the past, and to give us greater understanding is going to lead us to a better country and a better world. And I'm grateful again to the chair of the committee and the sponsors for their work, and look forward to not only supporting the bill but urging my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I'd like to thank my colleague, the ranking member, for his work on the bill, as well as the sponsors of this legislation. This is an opportunity for us to come together to address the real rise that we have seen in anti-Semitism, to stand with the Jewish people, in particular, a period of time of the peril that we see in the country of Israel. I encourage my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7764 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Independent of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Is he the only one? The chair will now entertain requests for 1 minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Is this working?
It is.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate 3 great Central Valley universities, UC Merced, Fresno State University, and Stanislaus State University, that the Wall Street Journal ranked 3 out of the top 4 colleges in America for helping students climb the socioeconomic ladder. These universities embody the American dream. They empower first-generation Americans to work hard, get good jobs, and improve their lives. UC Merced tops the ranking for social mobility and its commitment to transforming lives. The same values are echoed up and down the valley by Cal State Stanislaus at number 2 and Cal State Fresno at number 4. These schools do more than provide good education at a reasonable price. They open the door to the American dream. Going to these Valley schools is more than an education. It's an opportunity for Valley kids to dream big, work hard, and build a better life for themselves and their families. Sending a student to one of these schools is a dream for so many families in the Valley because we know how they change lives. Today on the House floor, we honor their impact, their dedication, and their relentless pursuit of excellence. Congratulations, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Cut hogs, Mr. Speaker. It's getting kind of cold in here. Let me turn the heat up. Mr. Speaker, I would seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the life of my good friend, Bill Baxter, who passed away recently at 71 years old. Bill was well known as a brilliant business owner and a very charitable man. He joined his dad's industrial gas business, Holston Gases, in 1980 after he graduated from the University of Tennessee Law School. Since then, the business grew from 1 location in Knoxville to 42 branches operating across 10 states. He also bought the Wart Hotel in Wyoming in 2004 and helped the hotel earn a 4-diamond designation from AAA in 2008. Bill also served as chairman of the board of the Knoxville Zoo, while commissioner of Tennessee's Department of Economic Development, and he was appointed to the Tennessee Valley Authority Board by President George W. Bush. He had the integrity to resign from the TVA board after 5 years because he wanted to honor a bill that had passed in Congress which imposed 5-year term limits, even though the bill didn't apply to him. I want to offer my condolences to Bill's wife of 45 years, Ginger, his sister Jennifer, and her husband Frank, his 4 children, their spouses Elizabeth and Rick, Jennifer and Jonathan, Joe and Emily, and John and Vivian, as well as 9 grandchildren and everyone else who knew and loved Bill. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, he actually he tried to talk me out of running for office, and I often wonder where my life would be if I took his advice. I'm kind of glad I didn't, though, Mr. Speaker. And Bill is a dear friend, and he will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House do now adjourn.
Those in favor say aye. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.